Oh, y'all, the ad ended. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm so very for real when I say I don't have the brain cells. I was trying to get ready and I sat down at my computer at 11 a.m., got distracted watching Momo. Then all of a sudden it was 11:40 and I hadn't done anything that I needed to do for preparing for stream, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I should do that." So then I started getting ready for stream with 20 minutes to spare. Like I can't think. Thank you so much, Soup. I won't lie. I think half of that 20 minutes was spent trying to figure out what I wanted the stream title to be. So that's very affirming cuz I couldn't figure out what I wanted it to say. Oh gosh. I don't know what it is too cuz it was like sunny and bright this morning. I woke up in a good mood. I went to bed at a reasonable hour. I think it's the brain fog. I won't lie. I think the brain fog is he's got me today. Sorry. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm gonna be accidentally sharing my yawns with y'all today. I apologize. Finn, congratulations on first, my friend. Emma, welcome in. It's good to see you. Lil Soup, welcome in. It's good to see you. Lavender, hello, welcome. Regular size Soup, it's good to see you too. Cookie, welcome in. Hello, hello. Sun, welcome in. It's good to see you. Puppo, welcome, welcome. Error, hello, welcome in. Freso, welcome. Lex, hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. And anyone who is hiding in the shadows, maybe didn't redeem anything today, but is hanging out, welcome in. It's good to see you too. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Um, and happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Happy Survivor Day for those who celebrate. Um, yeah, y'all, if anyone wants to re-bloop our going live post today on Blue Sky, I would appreciate that. I can't pin him right now because we've got our 10K celebration, but I'll plop him in chat. Um, nonetheless, I will get him in the chat. But yeah, I hope your guys' week has been okay. I will be honest. No yawning. Stop yawning, brains. I will be honest. My mental this week has been a little bit sticky, and now because I said the word sticky and toasty has had the stim from the song. Every time I say it, I think sticky. But my mental's been a little bit wiggly, wobbly this week, just with like basically I've been in a chronic pain flare up since I would say like a more acute flare up since like Saturday morning when I woke up, but also it's been a little feisty um all over the place for the last like 2 weeks. And my spoons are in hell. So we are doing our best. And apparently yawning through the day. But it's okay. I did have one very exciting thing happen yesterday, which was it was time for us to send our emails off to our accepted new cohort of Whimsy Wanderers, which is my stream team if you're not familiar. I have a stream team called Whimsy Action for creators who are more on the soft side but still really care about politics and share leftist values and speak up for what is right, and stuff like that, and engage in charity and mutual aid work and things like that. So we haven't accepted new members in 2 years because we were on hiatus for over a year of that time. And then I needed to get some more staff members to help me. So very, very excited to like have a new fresh little cohort. We only took 10 people this time around because it had been so long, and I didn't want to overwhelm the current members, many of whom are more on the introverted side. Not everybody, but a number of us. or neurodivergent. So then, change can be intimidating. So we kept it on the smaller side, but I'm really happy with our little cohort of humans who joined us yesterday. So I got to spend all day kind of just excitedly waiting for them to see their emails and trickle into the Discord and hype them when they got there. We'll be doing like an official announcement of who they all are on social media next week, but I like to get everyone in, get them a little settled, make sure if they have any questions, concerns, etc., that they have some time and space before like everybody knows about everything. But oh, thank you, son. I appreciate that. I tried my best. I feel like we're able to do a lot more stuff consistently now that I have a co-founder, my pal Mal, and then a couple of other new staff members that have been helping. We still have a couple staff positions open, so I think that we'll probably need to do some outreach to see if we can get those filled. But yeah, they're part of our little 2025 cohort. Sai got to be part of our little 2025 cohort. They're hiding in the shadows, but Mira. Wait, I'm not even supposed to be saying this. Why did I say? All right, well, you just got to learn secrets. I said the head was empty. Oh boy. I wish you could see me right now. I mean, I'm actually kind of glad you can't see me right now because I'm probably like beet red. It's fine. It's not that deep. It's really not that serious. But I'm apologetic if I exposed you both. I got too excited, okay? Forgive me. Forgive me. Erase the last 10 seconds. I'm so grateful for y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I was thinking last night, so I was trying to be doing dinner last night. I was cooking chili. And I really listen, this is not surprising to anyone who's been around for a while. I'm really bad at secrets, to be honest. So I'm good at secrets if it's like from a friend and they're like, hey, this is important to me. Like, please don't tell anyone, like in that sense of a secret. But if it's my secret and it's not that serious, we're done for. I want to tell everybody. It's like when you get someone a gift, right? And then you just want to like spoil the gift immediately and tell them what you got. That's me. That's me. Hi. Hi, hello, hi. Hi, Lavender. Thank you all. Y'all are so chill. I appreciate it. But yeah, I was cooking dinner last night. I was making chili. Not even that hard of a dinner to make, to be honest. It's a little tedious, but otherwise not too bad. It's a white chicken chili, actually, which is one of our favorite go-to safe foods recipes, Toasty and I. And I just like it's been a minute since a chronic pain flare up, and I was on like day 4 or 5 at that point. And I was like, you know how people say that they're hangry when they haven't had food? I think I was paingry yesterday. Oh, just like too many days in a row of dealing with my flare up, and so I was just grumpy last night, and then I did wind up having a good night though. We just relaxed and decompressed a little bit after dinner. We watched 2 more episodes of the um we're watching a docu-series about Natalia Grace, which is a young Ukrainian girl who was adopted into the US. She has a very rare form of dwarfism. It's kind of like a real life Orphan, if you've seen the movies Orphan, except not as horror filmy because obviously she's like a real person, but basically they get like her family who adopts her gets suspicious that she's actually not a child because of some different things that they pick up on, like vocally, physically, etc. with her. And It's really complex, so I can't really get you all the details. It's kind of like the Karen Reed case in that there's like a bazillion different perspectives on the situation. But we did get to the point in the docuseries where they basically, so what's really interesting is they're able to legally get her re-aged, but it's done this is like 2010, so I don't know. But like, to no one's surprise, the court system did sus things, and they re-aged her basically just based off of the mom's word that the doctor said that she was older than she was. And this was like a general practitioner, not like an expert, not an expert in her condition, which is again a very rare condition, which could change like how she develops and things like that. And very suspiciously, they get her re-aged to 22. And in Indiana, where they are, 21 is the age in which parents are no longer financially responsible for their kids. So they get her re-aged to 22 and they get her own apartment. And then TLDR, then they get her a second new apartment like a year later, and they move to Canada. And on one hand, you have people arguing, how could the parents have known that the doctors and the court was wrong? They thought they had a 22-year-old daughter who therefore didn't need to live with them anymore, especially because she was, according to them, doing unsafe things around their kids and things like that. So on one hand, you have that side. On the other hand, you have people being like, okay, but like, just because they legally said that, once they did the research, once they had a maternity test done on her mom in Ukraine, she was a kid. You dropped a 13-year-old kid off an apartment to live by themselves, which is neglect, basically. It's a wild case. There's so many things I haven't even shared with y'all, and every single person in the story is an incredibly unreliable narrator. Natalia herself, she will say one thing in one interview, another thing in another interview, which is probably partially because she was like trained like by her parents to say a lot of things. So then later she's saying her truth, but it's confusing. Understandable. Not critiquing her for that. The parents, they don't agree on how things happen, so they're fighting. It's often like them against each other. So that's a mess. The kids don't always agree. I'm just like, bad. bad. And I thought it was only 6 episodes, but there's apparently 3 seasons of this docuseries. So we're about to finish like season 1, so I would say, yeah, I do think it's very interesting. It's definitely a lot. It's a lot to take in. A little on the heavier side with, heavier topics, but it is very good if you like docuseries like that, if you like legal cases and stuff like that. So what I'm hearing is y'all suck. It's also really, really interesting to watch while I'm at the exact same time watching the there's like a TV show rendition of it right now, and it's the first series that Ellen Pompeo is like a lead in since she started going part-time with Grey's Anatomy, and she's portraying the mom in this case. And so it's really interesting seeing kind of the actual people in the docuseries and then seeing the acted out version and seeing what they choose to change and manipulate for like a story purpose of a TV show. So, yeah, I would recommend it. It's very interesting. It's called like something like The Story of Natalia Grace or something like that. And then the TV show version is called Good American Family. I wish I could unwatch Grey's Anatomy Mira, what does that mean? Like, so you could rewatch it again from scratch because it's good, or because you wish you could get your time back? Because I feel like that could go either way. I feel like that could either mean you really liked it or you really didn't like it. It's good, but it hurts my feelings. It does. It does hurt my feelings often. It's one of the only shows that, I mean, not really so much anymore, but in the past, like when it was really at its peak, one of the only shows that would get me crying. I'd be like, please, why are you doing this to me? Cross media, things like that. It's very fun from like a media analysis perspective to watch them both because it's very the okay, I'm only on season 1 of the docu-series, so with a grain of salt, but the docu-series is very pro Natalia. Like, it's very much from the side that these parents were like shitty and they did bad things and they were manipulative and that they should have treated her better. And I 100% agree with that. But the TV series presents, I'm only on episode 4 of the TV series because the only 4 episodes are out, presents her as much more dangerous and that she was doing much more heinous things similar to like Orphan, like pulling knives out on them, like and they do show a little bit of that in the docu-series too, but things like throwing the boys' toys into the highway, basically encouraging her younger sons to run out into the highway. Like in the TV series, she's very scared that Natalia is going to like kill her other kids, basically. Which gives you a very different perspective. It's a very different, and so I'm very intrigued to see where the TV series is gonna go, if they're ever gonna twist that and come back around or what. But hi, Fawn. Welcome in, Fawn. You're almost to 100 happy flabs. Thank you for hanging out with us that much. That means a lot to me. I hope you're doing good. How Grace will have you bawling sometimes. Listen, like 2 weeks ago, Toasty and I watched Grace. Normally we watch Grace like the day after it comes out because we watch it on Hulu, and so we would often watch it at like 7 p.m. during our normal TV slot. But we got access to YouTube TV from one of our friends, so we were able to watch it the night it came out recently, which meant it was after we had taken our after we had done our gardening for the evening. And I will just say, Grey's Anatomy is the right amount of like campiness that if you watch the episodes right after you garden, they just hit a little different. It's just chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Oh my gosh, truly soup. If I didn't already have a permanent pinned message, I would pin your Sparkle, Sandra O Sparkle, because love her with my whole ass. The fact that we didn't get more Christina on that show, frankly, I think is where it went downhill. And that's not even to say I don't still like Grey's Anatomy. I still watch it every week. I actually saw this show recently got signed for season 22. And almost everybody in the comments on Blue Sky was like, no, what do you mean this show is still going? Who watches this? And somebody else commented, actually, if you look at the data, like 5 million people watch almost every episode of Grey's Anatomy still. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's bad, but it's also amazing. I think it reminds me of a tweet I saw recently, and they would be like, the world would be a better place if we all understood that liking something and thinking it's good are very different. And that's exactly it. Do I think Grey's Anatomy is good anymore? No. Was it good? Yeah, I do think so. I think it had an era. Is it good now? Not really. But do I still love it and watch it every single week without fail? Also, yes. Owen's existence is a crime. Oh my god, right now, And I stopped watching. I couldn't do it anymore. You're so real. Right now, Owen is having a moment where, so he is together with Teddy. I don't know if you know that. They finally, like, her and Teddy, or Teddy and Owen finally figured things out. And most recently, they were like thinking of opening their marriage. And I think they're gonna make Teddy a lesbian. And I'm like, listen, let's go, lesbians, let's go. Get that man, make that man lose his wife again. This poor man, except for not really, because he deserves every ounce of distress that he gives. But like, he's never allowed to be happy. Shonda Rhimes will never allow Owen to be happy. I really don't think so. I really don't. Cringe tends to make the world go round, true. Again? I had a roomie who was super obsessed with Grey's and modeled her whole personality after the pick me, choose me moment, except for she had a new pick me guy like every few months. So that show's on cooldown still, though. Maybe the new interns I can do. It's really interesting because I think the crash of Grey's Anatomy has a lot to do with the fact that they were able to maintain a single cast with some really solid characters for like 15 years, like 12 to 15 years. But then unfortunately, they started losing all of the OG cast members pretty much around the same time over the course of a few seasons. And that made it really hard for people to stick with it because a lot of their favorite characters left the show. Sometimes very abruptly, too, like Alex is leaving the show. Clearly, a little struggle. And I think it was kind of, a bout of luck to get such a good, solid starting cast. And they tried to recreate that like several times. Like they have tried to get a new class of interns over and over and over again. And they can't keep the young actors and actresses for that long anymore. And I think part of it is that the young actors and actresses know that Grey's Anatomy is not the hot shit it was anymore. And so they come on as an intern, they're excited to be a part of Grey's, be seen by so many people, but then after like a year or two, they're like, okay, I want to go on to bigger and better projects because they're young and they don't want to get pigeonholed into Grey's Anatomy. But that doesn't work for the story they're trying to tell. They're trying really hard to get another set of interns. I think if they can get another set of interns to really hook, they can do another run, another very successful run. And this most recent intern class, I think, is the closest that they ever got to recreating the magic a little bit. But the problem was they had a vision in mind, I think, for who was going to be the main. They kind of tried to recreate the Meredith Derek combo almost embarrassingly close because the kid who's like the Derek in a way, I mean, they have different personalities, but he is actually related to Amelia. So, like, this is not a stretch of the imagination. The problem was that people actually were way more attached to one of the other interns, the lesbian intern. I forget her name. And she started dating the other intern, and I was like, we get gay interns? Amazing. I'm so happy. Please. Because we haven't had like a solid lesbian couple since like Calliope and Cali and Arizona. We've had like fleeting lesbians. But like give me a solid like lesbians who stay on the show for several seasons type of thing. And I think we were about to get that, and then the one intern that people really liked who was like setting to maybe be the next like main character, she left the show. The actress left the show and they had to write her out. And I was like, yep, this is just gonna keep happening, unfortunately. Also, hi Took, welcome in. Hello, hello. Yeah, Mira, Alex's story was basically because he left the show and didn't give them enough time to like properly write him out, essentially. I loved Izzy. I'm not sorry. Soup. It's a yellow flag. I'm not gonna lie. It's a yellow flag. I'm noting it down. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just heckling you. Two of the new interns I like is because I like them as actors and fell in love with them and other stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Enjoy your journal time, sigh. An email from a person requesting illustration work for a children's workshop. Yes, let's go. Narrows eyes. Exactly. Exactly. Cali and Arizona were such a hot mess. I kind of hated what they did to their storyline. Like, I kind of liked it because I liked the drama. But, I don't know. The whole, like, I definitely understood Arizona having an initial negative reaction to what happened to her after the plane. Sorry if you're not a Grace person and you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, by the way. But I understood her having an initial negative reaction to the amputation. Even having some misplaced anger, I think is super real. But they never let her heal from it. They never let her let that go properly. They just like hold on to it till it literally destroys their marriage. And I was just like, I guess. Like, I wanted them to come back around. I wanted them to figure it out, but never really happened that way. The plane crash was heartbreaking. So much. And also I have like TV, not like very literal, but like TV trauma when it comes to anytime I see two actors in a car in a TV show talking to each other and looking too much at each other instead of the road. I'm like, car crash is coming. Car crash is coming because of Shonda Rhimes. And I'm like, please. Yep. The kissing while driving. So unsafe, besties. What do you mean? What do you mean? Knitting hottie from, I don't know how to say that, Chihalis. I can't help myself, please. Can't even hold my hands with my ex because I need to change gears and you're sitting there kissing. I know, the most I'll ever do is like gently put my hand on like Toasty's leg while they're driving. Like they need to focus, you know? And even then sometimes like I can tell when they need to like do gear stuff and I'll put my hand back. Like driving is a focus activity, besties. It's not the place to have traumatic conversations. Please pull over, chat room, on the side of the road if you need to have a dramatic conversation. Do not have it in your car if you learned anything from Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, I feel like even letting a whole season, that being like her main experience, it's definitely a huge adjustment. They just never let her come back around, and I think that again was partially because the actresses were like, they wanted to like write Arizona out of the story because she leaves obviously after that, but I don't know. The whole thing with like Penelope or whatever her name is, the redhead, I just like that part. I was like, I can't. I can't with this. And then also another thing, last thought, because I can't Grey's Anatomy all day. I could, but I shouldn't. Anyone who's watching like the more current seasons, does anyone feel like Nick, the new guy that Meredith is with, came out of literally nowhere? I know theoretically I was supposed to remember him from like a past season. Like they were like, yeah, like she knows him. I was like, who is this white man? I've never seen you before in my whole, who are you? And I don't know, it's just, I'm not to say like I was not a big Derek fan. Controversial, I know. A lot of people love Derek. I wasn't a huge Derek fan either. It's the lesbian in me, sue me. But like for her to have such a, I don't know, life altering love and then randomly be like, okay, I'm with this guy now. And there's no passion. It's just like awkward. I'm just like, what? How did we get here? My secondary controversial uh take is Meredith Grey would be more interesting as an ace character. Or as someone who had her love and decided to like not just kind of be like, okay, that was my like, I don't think she needed another boy. I really don't think she's like trying to solve Alzheimer's out here. She's got other things going on. Also, they completely pretend like she doesn't have children. Her children were just like written out of the story. They talk about them once in a while, but I'm like, you are constantly in Seattle and we never see your children who are supposedly living in Minnesota. Where are they? Where did they go? You were like a mom and that was like a big thing, and now you're just like, what? I was mad about Zola's story too, because they adopted her, obviously from like another country, and initially they did a really good job with bringing her in and like having the really interesting, story of where like Bailey is like, you need to learn how to do your daughter's hair, like her hair is different than yours, and people aren't staring at you because you're a white dad with a black baby. They're staring at you because you're not taking care of your kid's hair. And they learn, and that's cool, but they act like that's the only challenge they would ever have with adopting a child from a whole other country, and that everything just goes hunky-dory after that. And then Zola, as she's older, is like really, really, really smart, like smarter than her average age. And they start to do this really interesting story with Maggie, which is Meredith's sister, because Maggie was like a savant. She was like super smart, really young. She got through medical school when she was like in her early 20s. And they were like, oh, it's going to be so good that you have Maggie in your life, like someone you can relate to as like an aunt. And then Maggie leaves the show and they just send Zola off to a boarding school. I'm like, you can't see me, but I'm like the epitome of that little white monkey meme where he has his little hands out and he's like, huh? What? Why? Why would you do it like that? Ugh, that show. It literally sounds like I don't like the show, but I promise I do. I promise I do. Another show I used to watch that I now only watch for nostalgia factor is Law & Order SVU too. I used to like that show, but they changed writers and it's actually so bad now. I spend most of the episodes talking about the, like, terrible writing nowadays. Why do I keep watching it? I don't know. I think it's the autism of, like, comfort media. Keep watching the same shows over and over again until they don't exist anymore, even if they're not good anymore. Even if they're kind of bad now. But, yeah. So, yeah, we watched a documentary, decompressed, got on the computer kind of late after that. I played some more South of Midnight, and then Toasty played Blatro, and then we read and we went to bed. Well, I read till like 12:30, like a reasonable time, and then I went to bed. And Toasty went downstairs because usually now that we like share a bed again, we Toasty lets me like, as long as they're not too tired. Obviously, if they're too tired, then it's fine. But I have a hard time falling asleep sometimes, so they'll go do something for like an hour or two and let me fall asleep and then join because they're also more of a late night owl than me. And I came down to pee, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were still reading. I was like, whoa, you can be tired tomorrow. Especially because they have 4 meetings at work today, which is obscene. I know why though. They were at I knew it when they left and they said they were at 85% of Sunrise on the Reaping. I was like, they're gonna be reading until they're done. Until the book is over. Anything past 80% with Toasty is I'm gonna be finishing the book whether I should be or not territory. I don't know if that's like that for anyone else, but this is why I can't read during the work week. I will go to sleep at a human time or I'm gonna go to bed at 4 a.m. Who knows? Not me. Yeah. And when I came down at 3 a.m., they were still reading, so I don't actually know what time they went to bed. So they probably have sleepy bitch disease today. I'm still reading Heavenly Tyrant. I swear, it's just such a long book. I don't usually read books that are like 500 plus pages like that because I have a hard time like holding my attention to a book for that long. But it's a duology, so I obviously wanted to read the second book once I had already accidentally committed by reading the first book. I have a tendency not to check if books have more than one if it's a series or a standalone before I read it, and then once I've read the first book, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm committed now, whether I intended to be or not. But Heavenly Tyrant is good. It's more well written, in my opinion, than Iron Widow was. Like, I liked Iron Widow, but the writing was a little like rough around the edges sometimes. Heavenly Tyrant is much more well written. The beginning of the book was slow for me though. It's more interesting now. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome on in. 75% plus. It is hard to be reasonable about bedtime. It is. I especially reading a book as like intense as something like Sunrise on the Reaping, where the last part, like you're in the games and stuff. You just gotta finish. The danger of Hunger Games books is that the second I'm in the arena, I'm like, I need to read everything until I'm out of the arena at least. Like, I need to know what happens. It's a very danger noodle book, I find. Okay, chat room. My seasonal allergies are acting up. I feel like I sound nasally, so I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick, stretch a little bit, too, because my shoulder's he's still a little dicey, so I need to be good. And then I'll be right back and we will do some simming. We can keep yapping, of course. I feel like I yapped a lot about how my Tuesday was. I would love to hear if y'all wanna, while I'm away, share your thoughts on how your Tuesday was. And I will grab a tissue and then I'll be right back. So, stretch, take your meds if you need to, hydrate. If you're shrimping, you're bisexual, sit in. You gotta take care of yourselves. All from Paper. Thank you so much, friend. That's really sweet of them. Welcome on in. Any friend of Paper is definitely a good egg in my book. We're taking a quick break, but I will see you in just a few minutes. BRB. Alright, hello gamers. I'm back. Thank you for hanging. Oh, heck. I forgot one thing. Give me a second. Okay, for real. Hello. Let me go ahead and see what the heck I missed. Ba-da-ba-da. I wanna have a brain cell so freaking bad. Oy vey. You know, speaking of snoring, also hi herbivore. This is like a teeny tiny spoiler from Sunrise on the Reaping, but truly like nothing essential. There's a moment in the book where one of the characters, I won't even say who, gets heckled by Haymitch, basically saying, I think it was Haymitch, it might have been someone else, basically saying that you better stay with someone while you're in the arena or don't sleep because you snore so loud that you won't survive because they're going to find you through your snoring. And when I tell you the other day, Toasty had the audacity to tell me, they said the next morning after, it was like the second night we were sleeping in the bed together because we were in different beds for like almost a year. Nothing bad, just a personal choice. They had the audacity to tell me that I was snoring like I was not gonna survive in the arena. I was like, I'm gonna fight you, punk. I was like, you did not just say that, sir. They did. They did indeed. Ugh, I'm always rolling over my heat pack cord and then fighting for my life to try and fix it. I know. They get me good sometimes. It's okay though, I get them back. I get them back. Me and my friends have been in a very heckly mood lately, so. Also, hi, Herbivore. Welcome in. It's good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing good. I'm out of breath because I always, like, I've, like, done the research, self-diagnosed autistic type of thing, but I always wonder about the ADHD. Toasty and I both, they are officially diagnosed with ADHD, but we wonder, right? And on breaks from stream, the questions start rolling in. Because the amount of times I forget what I'm supposed to be doing on break, I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to be stretching. Wait, I need to pee. Hold on. Oh, wait, I wanted to fill my water bottle. Okay, let me set that down over there. Oh, you left your water bottle in the kitchen before you came back from stream. But you came back and you said hello, so now you... Please. I'm just a guy who cannot hold a single brain cell thought today, but it's fine. That being said, don't forget to hydrate, chat. I've got my triple drink concoction, my big gay beverage corner. Got my tea, I got my soda, I got my water. all set up and ready to go. I'm on a little trip with my little sister and her BFF in the big city. Oh, let's go. The girly pop time. You two took. I'm the same. Same brain cell. All right. Let's play some Hundo Baby today. Like I said, we were originally scheduled for Llamas and Legends, but I'm kind of just obsessed with Teenage Foggy and I needed more baby time. Plus when we get back from our celebration stream this weekend, I'm kind of hoping that we can be in a place where we're like pretty close at least to starting Gen 2. So I want to make some progress. Yeah, have a fun time, friend. Thank you so much for popping by. That's really sweet of you to make time. You know, you're gonna if you're here this weekend for the 10K celebration or before, you're gonna get to do an exclamation point noise. And honestly, amazing timing on your part. 10K celebration, 169 happy flaps. Amazing. I like that Petrichor came out of bed because I already had her in bed. And Foggy was like, no, Bestie, you need to go back to bed. But Foggy, you also need to go to bed. My dude, you are about to pass out. Yes! Foggy is a teen now. I'm still just as obsessed with them as I was before. I added the little pimple patch stickers to them. I had that thought the other night, like after stream was over. I was like, wait, they would be the perfect person to use these on because I always forget that these exist. So, but yes, they're a cutie pie. All right, Drizzle, you clean this up. Get to bed. Omelet, you can finish that and then also probably get to bed. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Allison. Also, fun fact, if you missed last episode, Foggy aged up into a teenager. And we got back together with Olive. Omelet and Olive, the iconic duo, are back at it again with the white bands after much turmoil back and forth. Petrichor, why do you keep waking up, girl? You're supposed to be sleeping. Why are you just laying in bed? The Sims walking through counters. My favorite is when the toddlers do it and they are fully enveloped. Enveloped? Is that the word? Like fully immersed in the counter. You can't even see them, but they're like doing things. I'm like, please. So, we change baby name themes every 5 babies, and we have like a little wheel spinner. So we have had breakfast foods come up. We had potatoes come up, so that's why there's so many food names. Weather and holidays. So the first 5 babies were holidays, then it was breakfast foods, then it was potatoes, and then it was weather. And we don't know what the next one's going to be quite yet. Spinning the wheel is actually one of my favorite parts of this challenge, but I try to be patient because I don't want to spoil it until it's time. Yeah, it took a lot of effort, Took. I'm not gonna lie. They were playing hard to get. I had to go into Create a Sim and dig into what kinds of interactions does Olive like and try really hard to show her love the way that she wanted to be shown love, which was through a lot of silliness, mischief, and not as much like affection, but more so like mischief and like physical intimacy. And then I finally succeeded. And then I sent them immediately to therapy as soon as they were like, yeah, we want to get back together. I was like, go to therapy. Y'all need it so badly. Speaking of, wait, there was things I was supposed to remember. No, that's Lamans and Legends. Okay. I was like, wait, there's like resolutions and stuff. No, that's the other one. Welcome back, son. How was your appointment? I wrote it down. Thank you, Puppo. Collective chat. I'm really love that collective chat is holding together my brain cell some days. You'd send me a real life version of that massive goose plush. I'd be very appreciative. I love this little gritty goose. I love him. Oh, I don't have him, so it didn't work. Pretend it worked. Pretend it worked. Okay. But these two did go to therapy, which I think in theory means that they also have a goal they're working on. I don't remember what it was. So that's gonna be interesting. It was very good. My psych asked how I was doing, and I enjoyed being able to say, well, the world's on fire, but my meds are still helping. And he was like, yeah, mood. Well, I'm glad the dose is still good, and we had a chuckle. If you don't cry, if you don't laugh, you cry, truly. There was a meme on Blue Sky this morning that I sent to Toasty that was very relatable between the two of us, I feel like, especially in the mornings. It was like two little people sitting next to each other having coffee. Let's not talk about politics anymore today. I can't bear it anymore. Same. Next panel, they're just staring at each other. Next panel. The thing is, though, those fucking idiots. Like, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome on in, friend. Hi, Kitty. Welcome. How are you? The comic was also roasting me. Because not in the sense that we would ever, like, not talk about politics on, like, for, like, a consistent basis. But sometimes we get really hard into it and we just need to take a break. But then it's really hard to actually pull away because just the second you start thinking about something else, there's, like, it comes back up, basically. So, social. I'd quite like to visit the US again. I've been to New York City once, but to see the nature, and that's been postponed indefinitely now. Yeah, I know. It's really rough and like when it comes to like travel and stuff at the moment. My friend is from Canada and she is supposed to be visiting in May. And Canada has now like advised that I think it's not like you can't come, but they don't necessarily recommend non-urgent or non-essential travel to the US right now. So now she's very conflicted on whether or not she should still try to make the trip down, but it's like hard because she already took the time off. She wants to see us. What if things get worse? Should she come now? Like, well, she still has, well, it's still like you can if you want. Like, I don't know. It's just very sticky at the moment. The horrors persist, and yet I remain silly is a design I still want to make. Yes. Yes. I made banana muffins with almond oat crumble. Oh, that sounds so good. You're having a warm muffin with a cup of coffee. Love that for you, friend. Love, love, love. Gotta find all of the small joys that you can, honestly. I think we're gonna invite Nyoki to come hang out. Just because I feel like seeing her. And I like to keep up the relationship with the kids where I can. I have some check-ins with out-of-state friends that are very much like that. No politics. Oh, for sure. Music, comic, and books. Oh, but those chuckle fuck idiots. Exactly. Exactly. There have been several concerts at work that are canceled and changed because artists won't come. Yeah, no, which is understandable. Are getting detained without reason. I'm not bringing my trans ass there, and you probably shouldn't. Like, as sad as it makes me to be, but even like within the states, it's been scary for trans folks to travel. Like, Toasty has to go on a work trip in like 2 weeks, two or so weeks, and yeah, I don't know, just nervous about it because they get stopped most of the time by TSA anyways, and it'll probably be fine. Like, I've talked with people who live there who are also trans, and they were like, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it at that airport. Like, I think you'll be okay, which is reassuring, but you know, it's still nerve-wracking. I know. Send some muffins for the class, please. And I'm not making an exception for that, real. Hubby and I live in Puerto Rico, which is kind of part of the US since it's a territory, so we're still in the midst of the horrors, but slightly removed, which is something. Hubby is trans, and it makes things so scary. There's a conference that he wants to go to in Texas, but I'm anxious. Yeah. It's like trying to find the balance between continuing to like live your life and, you know, trying to stay safe, and obviously even anxiety inducing for someone like me and Toast, but we have the privilege also of being white. None, like, it's for BIPOC trans folks even scarier to try to travel around because they're coming after trans folks and immigrants so heavily right now. We have muffins and that helps. True. Yeah, that's what we were talking about with her too. She wanted to visit, but she's a bit scared because there's been such randomness with people being detained for like no apparent reason. So, you know, TBD, to be honest. The snacks do help. As a Taurus who loves me a good sweet treat, a good little snack, it does help. Some of my, like, if I'm having a rough day and I'm able to get just the right snack or just the right food for the vibes, it doesn't fix it, but I like it, Picasso. Oh yeah, this is Gnocchi. This was our little sweet trans girl sim from the Potato Gen. It's one of Omelet's daughters. She hasn't been around the house in a while though, so we invited her over. I think that Gnocchi is probably going to be one of our options for the next matriarch too, because I quite enjoy her. Right now I'm leaning towards Foggy and Gnocchi, and I'm not sure who the third one is going to be yet. Let me see. We need to pay our bills. It's gonna be tough. Got about half my assignment done for today, so I'm gonna play some Sims as a break. Let's go. As you deserve. Nice work getting some of your schoolwork done, friend. We still need to see what Drizzy... I mixed Sunny and Drizzle's name. Drizzle, Sunny, and Petrichor come out like, so. Ooh, it's a great question, and you're more than welcome to um ask it. I don't know a lot about specific. Maybe I don't know if they do a lot of pack builds. Let me see. I also don't know if they're. I know Griffey has a lot of good builds. I just don't know if any of them are like pack friendly. I can more so point you to the direction of a couple people that I like. In terms of the packs, you're probably still going to have to look through the builds, and like if they have some packs you don't have, you can still download them and then just replace items. I also like Simlacy has a lot of good build, especially if you like clutter. Those are some of the ones I enjoy off the top of my head. I know there's others, but will I remember them at this exact moment? Probably not. Little Simsy, yeah, she does have a lot of limited pack builds. I felt like that was not that it's a problem that you suggested it, but I feel like a lot of people know her. So I was trying to give some other ones too, because I figured you would probably know who Little Simsy is. She's doing a limited pack build on stream this week, actually. It was one of the things her community requested, was more of them. So you're definitely not the only one searching for that. Drizzy is adorable. It could be a nickname. I think it would be a good nickname. They are a very silly sim, so I could see it. Oh yeah, I think they probably do. Karen and Connie have some good builds too, yeah. Hi, Cinna. I like some of Devin Bumpkin's builds too. I'm not sure if he does limited pack builds. Hi, Lexi. Welcome in. Oh, Cinna, sorry your internet's being a little bit of a stinker. Oh my gosh, I need to take care of my toddler. I've abandoned my toddler to talk to Gnocchi. Sorry, Gnocchi. Petrichor is in a state of distress. I must go. You can obviously still hang out, but... Oh, she said nope. Okay, gotta go. Bye. But literally, thank you for the hydrate, Cinna. It's okay. Two of her, like, the fun, attention, and hygiene will all go up from a bubble bath. Bubble baths are honestly iconic when it comes to dealing with toddlers in The Sims, because it combos all three of those needs at the same time. So if you ever do a 100 baby challenge, 10 out of 10 would recommend. They take a little bit of a long time, but they're really worth it because you can get like half their needs up in the same go. I love the play tent. I need to look into if anyone has a modded version of the play tent that's like smaller though, because I tend to have pretty small builds personally, and the tent is hard to fit in sometimes. We had it in our last 100 baby home, which was helpful. But yeah, how's everybody's like week been going so far? I feel like in the beginning of stream I yapped so much about all the media I've been watching that I didn't get a chance to like ask you how y'all have been. How was your Tuesday / Wednesday? If your day was a color, what color would your day be and why? Also, happy Survivor Wednesday to all those who celebrate. I was very pleased. I don't want to spoil, but I was very pleased with who went home last week. Now I just need David to go home and all will be right in the world because everyone who will be left will be people I like. Honestly, truly. Yes, soup. It's so good. Being unemployed is rough, but there's a new episode of Game Changer this week and it was so good. I'm glad you were able to find like a little joy. I know being unemployed in this, especially in this job market, is absolutely brutal at the moment. I know people, not to like, sometimes I feel like I shouldn't say something like this because I don't want to affirm like, what girl, what are you doing? Why does everybody just started kneeling outside of my house lately? Anyways, but like, yeah, I know people who have been really struggling, like they've been looking for jobs for like 6 months, a year, etc. And then other people have had better luck. It kind of depends on your skill set, your industries, but you know, it's very difficult, I think, at times not to like feel like you're doing something wrong. But I promise, like, if I can affirm anything, that it's currently such a like shit market. There's so many jobs that are like not even real listing that it's definitely not you. Just keep doing your best, and that's really all you can ask of yourself. All right, Toast, why do you come over here and immediately start causing problems? Punk. I'm gonna need you to chill, my dude. What's up? My day today's a muted green. There's good things happening, but I'm also gonna have to have some different conversations with a friend that's not been treating me well, and I'm not excited. Oh, yeah, that's a really tough one, son. I've been talking a lot in therapy recently about working on having the confidence to speak up in situations like that, and about, you know, trying to unpack all the reasons that I tend not to bring it up and the ways in which, you know, some of that is understandable but also not good for me or for the other person. So I definitely understand that. I'm proud of you for finding the motivation, and I hope that the conversation goes well. Oh, I'm glad they finally found something though, Took. Comms are good and real, and I've hit 22%. Yes, let's go. You've been killing it lately. Today's green for sure because my wife and my friends have been talking about veggies and different ways to eat them and gardening. Yum. Nom nom nom. Very good, very good. Wednesdays are Toasty and I's, typically, Toasty and I's eating out day. So I'm curious to see what we wind up ordering tonight. We've been in a big Chili's kick lately, but we've definitely ordered that a bit too much to really be ordering it again. So we talked a little bit about Chipotle. Maybe we'll do Chipotle. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of AI postings too, so it's hard to figure out what is real. I feel like we're back into like a market where it's almost like who you know. That's like really influential, like if you have a connection, and that's just brutal. Green or green yellow. I've been watching the Wildmount Wildings mini series on Critical Role and the chaotic summer camp energy. Wait, I love that. It has my whole brain cell buzzing. Oh, I would love to do a TTRPG set in like a camp setting. That sounds amazing. I'm sorry if I made everybody hungry. Because I'm not a people pleaser or networker. It's also hard, like, you know, I'm not a big networker either, but then on top of that, it's like, you know, if you move somewhere and you don't know a lot of people, like, why are you automatically, you know, down for the count? And I'm not looking for a job, but because the work that I do is kind of, it's a little precarious. It relies on the support of other people. I do kind of always have to keep my eyeballs peeled a little bit. And so I'm on like job hunt TikTok by way of, I just, like I said, I try to keep my eyeballs peeled. So sometimes I'll watch those videos just to make sure I'm staying on the up and up of what's going on, kind of thing. And so much of the advice right now is to just lie. And I'm like, ugh. Like, I am very pro, like, stick it to the man. So, like, if it's something you feel comfortable doing, like, I'm not judging. It's just not something I'm super comfortable doing. It's, like, scares me. I am a little bit of a goody goody two shoes. I've always been that way, and then also being autistic, and therefore, like, honesty has always been something that uh I'm a little bit to a fault, basically. And so it's really hard when the industry is like, there's a bunch of fake jobs, which I'm not very good at sorting through. It is super competitive. You have to know people. Like, I'm like, dang, all of this stuff is the exact opposite of what I'm good at, which is wild because I used to be really good at interviews. Like, I'm not trying to sound any type of way, but like, I used to pretty much always get any job that I applied for. Like, I was good at interviews. But now I just feel like, I don't know. I haven't really actively been in the job hunt, so I can't say for sure, but the market just seems so different now. Yeah, that's true too. I've also unmasked a lot since the last time that I was in a position to be doing interviews. So I think that's like an added challenge that I have to figure out how to work through. Because I think interviewing requires you to put a little bit of a mask on, even if you like aren't neurodivergent, to be honest. That, or I don't know if I just tackle it by being even more honest and hoping that works out. I don't know. I really don't know. That's so relatable though. Many years ago, I felt like I was great at interviews because I would frequently get a job offer for whatever I applied to. But in recent years, it's difficult to get invited to an interview and actually even harder to get an actual offer. Yes, and I feel like part of that is that we're in a place right now where, which really is advantageous to whoever the interviewer is, whoever the company is that's hiring, because so many people are without jobs that you're getting much more applicants, which means that like you're often having people apply to jobs who are highly overqualified, and that's not their fault. I get it. They're at a tipping point where they're like, I need a job, so I'll take what I can get. Like, super understandable from the perspective of the applicant. But it makes it really brutal for anyone who doesn't have that many years of experience, because you're now competing against people you never should have had to compete with. Like, they're not even at your level. I was also in the same job for 5 years, so I'm out of practice on looking and interviewing. I have unmasked so much I don't know how to put it back on. I don't have the answers for the interviewing, but the 5 years, as much as it can be like hard to kind of put those shoes back on and figure that out again, is good for you though. Like, you can really speak to the fact that you were, dedicated in that role for 5 years, and people do like that. It's not as common nowadays. Yep, that's exactly what happens. I was trying to get, before the games industry got even worse than it is, or even worse as it is now, I was trying to explore getting like a part-time position in the games world. I really wanted to see if I liked community management, like specifically that role feels like it would fit me quite well. And, I haven't done education in several years, so I was curious, just maybe try something different. Not saying I would never be able to get a role, but I did so many application processes, and I was lucky enough to get interviews at quite a few, considering, I obviously would be like a newbie. But what would happen, like, pretty much every time, and it's kind of shocking that they would tell me this so directly, but, I appreciated it, where people would be like, you actually did like a really good job with your interview, but like we just decided to go with someone with a little bit more experience. Like that was the feedback that I was getting every time, was like, we were really considering you because you did a great job in your interview and we really liked you as a person, but like we just like basically can't take a chance on you right now. And I'm like, okay, well, I understand. And also, if nobody will take a chance on me to be new, how am I ever going to get the experience that y'all are looking for? It's like you can't get a car without a job or a job without a car, which is just so brutal. Exactly, koala. Exactly. And I was in a similar position when I had to leave like a toxic work environment when I was in Chicago, pretty abruptly. Basically, I wasn't feeling. My intuition said there was going to be a situation where my manager was going to throw the workers under the bus to cover up her bad behavior and some questionable choices that she was making. And I wasn't trying to do that. Also, I was being put in a position where I was being asked to be the mediator of an office between people I had just met. Like I was brand new to the office and they had a lot of tension and issues. And I'm very good at a mediator role. It's like my INFJ or whatever. And then also having two addicts for parents, I was the mediator, like took on a therapist role very, very young. So I'm good at it. But also, like, it's not something I like to do because I'm required to, because I already had to do that for like 18 years as a child when I should have been like playing and exploring who I was as a person. So the combination of those two things, I was just like, I'm not interested in being the office therapist as the brand new person to the office. Like, no. So I left that role and I wound up basically, that's how I wound up working at the green coffee shop, who shall not be named because BDS, but y'all should know who I'm talking about. And I'm sure that that was the same thing. I'm sure it was the same thing of like, you know, there were probably other people who maybe had barista experience that I did not have, but I was coming in with, a bachelor's degree applying for the barista role. And I probably took it from someone who maybe has more like literal experience, which is hard. I've moved a lot in the last 5 years, so my work history is all over the place, a lot of short term roles. Not because I'm flippant with my work, because I was physically moving from place to place. It's also a lot more common nowadays, Kitty, in terms of like, not that you were flippant, but people aren't willing to be mistreated as much anymore. So, and also one of the only ways in our current market to get like a proper pay raise is often to um, switch jobs. Sorry, my acid reflux is a little cranky today. You take some meds. Um, I was thinking of community management a few years ago because I do have a bit of experience in that front, not in games, but in the tech world. But now I don't know. Yeah, the games industry, unless it is your dream to work in the games industry, if it is your passion, truly the one thing you really want to do, in which case I always support people chasing that dream. But if it's something that you're like, I could just be interested in this, same with tech, honestly, I wouldn't. There's just so many layoffs. The chances that you're gonna find yourself in the exact same position again too soon is just too high. That's just my personal opinion. You can do whatever you want, but it might also be industry specific, but the combination of rules and the you don't exceed our expectations double combo is rough. Like, I can be a good QA engineer, but a good QA engineer is not a full stack software developer or an infrastructure architect, and they shouldn't be. Yes. You get, like, Toasties in a position right now where I literally think they do like 4 jobs at the same time. And it's just so brutal. They were hired to do engagement, which was like gonna be more like programming for the people that they interact with. And that was gonna be like online programming, events, etc. And then that turned into doing email marketing, which is a form of engagement, but it is kind of different from, like, it's a whole separate field at the same time. So it's like, it's adjacent, but it's still sus. And then Toasty just happened to be good because of their experience at data and research. And all of a sudden, they were having to be a part of all the research projects because nobody else knew anything about, like, proper research protocol. And they were trying to do things that you cannot be doing without ruining the efficacy of your data. So now somehow they're a part of all the data, all the research projects, and in charge of the data. And then Toasty's very techie. So when they started doing some of the data work, they started engaging a lot with the CRM, if you ever know, like a customer management software. And then the company decided that they wanted to change CRMs, like do a full CRM switchover. And they asked Toasty to do the CRM switchover by themselves. And then we're like, why isn't it done faster? And I was like, I'm going to need y'all to be so for real right now. A CRM switchover, basically moving all of the data for the last like 10 years of your company, which is all done poorly. Like, people didn't enter it like correctly in the first place. So they're trying to clean the data before it even gets moved. And you want them to do that by themselves to a new system that they weren't trained on and quickly? That's usually done by a huge, like, not huge. That's usually done by like a team of like 5 people, and usually someone, including someone who is like knowledgeable on the new CRM system. So it's just brutal. And like, they have done little things here and there to try to make their life a little bit easier. Things like hiring someone to help. Like, Toast now comes up with the email ideas, but doesn't have to actually type them out or put them into the system like they used to. Like, it's not like they've done nothing in recognition of how hard Toast works, but they absolutely deserve to be paid like 3 times the amount they get paid to deal with the BS that they deal with, because it's truly wild what they have to do. And I'm always like, okay, Toast, you do have to like stop like taking on these things. And Toast is like, yeah, but when I don't, then they break things and then I have to deal with it anyway. And I'm like, like, I hear you. That's very hard to deal with. I do understand. Oh, it's almost Petrichor's birthday. When is it? Is it today? I feel like it's today. Okay, it's tomorrow. I have no idea what vibes we're doing for Petrichor, y'all, so that's gonna be a very interesting makeover. There's gonna be some indecision as I'm figuring out what the vibes are. Because I know a lot of you love petrichor, like the name, and so I have this, not that anyone put it on me, but I have this internal feeling of I really want petrichor to maybe be the third option, but that means I have to love her. And I'm like, what do I need to do to make that happen? Oh, so we'll see. We shall see, we shall see. I'm trying to scroll back and see if I missed anything from our chat. Yeah, exactly, Pablo. It's like, okay, well, if I like it, then leave me alone. Companies don't incentivize people to pay. They don't incentivize people to stay anymore at all. Hi, Trifle. For example, like my dad, okay, I keep going on rants, so I apologize if I'm missing anyone's messages. If you want your message to be seen and you repeat it, that's totally fine. But I need to tell you this. So, my dad, he worked at a company for almost 20 years. Okay, so that doesn't happen much anymore. Gianna, hello. And he was really good at his job. He worked, I think I can say this. He worked at Hallmark, which is something that probably a lot of you know. For like their cards and their movies. He worked at Hallmark for like 20 years. And he worked on a printing press. He like ran a big machine. And basically the press would, like, his role was, if a company, so let's say, I don't know, what's a company name? I don't know. Let's say Taco Bell. That's a bad example. Think of like more of a smaller, not like a teeny tiny small business, but like a medium sized business. My brain is farting, but like something that's not all across the country like Taco Bell, but like whatever, it's fine. Let's say Taco Bell wants to oh, why can't you? That's fine. You can have cereal, it's whatever. Um Hello? What's wrong? Okay. Well, Drizzle, that's just you, bestie, because Foggy was able to get in there just fine. Okay. Let's say Taco Bell wants to send out a Christmas or New Year's or Valentine's Day card to all of their employees. But they obviously, and they want it to seem hand done. They don't want it to just be like a typed up card with like no emotion to it. They want it to seem more thoughtful. My dad would create a font out of somebody at the company's handwriting, probably like the CEO oftentimes, and then get a message from them and basically print as if the person like wrote the note on the card and like signed it themselves. But they didn't. It was just like printed over and over and over again on the cards. So that was his role, and he did that for like 20 years. And at one point, he got a little bit of a promotion because he started doing maintenance on the machines too, because after so many years of working on them, he just had a knack for like understanding how they worked. And at one point, hi Toasty, it was pretty cool actually. I did like, I was proud of the work that he got to do there or whatever. It's a pretty cool job. At one point, he kind of did some research on what people of his caliber in his work as a master pressman, which is like as high as you go for the most part, were making in the local area, like new people. And he was making much less than they would hire people for new people. And so he went to his company and was like, hey, I've been here for 20 years. I, have picked up extra labor for y'all. What do you think about raising my wage to, more closer to what you would pay someone if they were brand new? Like, I should be making more than someone new coming in. And they were like, yeah, we can't do that. And my dad was like, I've been here for 20 years. You would pay that amount to someone new coming in, but you won't do it for me as someone who's been committed to your company for this long. And they were like, yeah, it's just company policy. Okay, well, this is why no one stays in their jobs anymore, bro. Why would they stay? Why would they stay? Also, thank you, Koala. I really appreciate that. That actually does mean a lot to me, so thank you. Like, what is the motivation? At that point, my dad, who wanted to stay at his job, could just go to a neighboring printing company and make more money as a new pressman in a new role. Just silly, goofy, doesn't make sense. I'm manifesting for you, Took. That one of the roles you apply for works out. It's super predatory. It's like, yeah, I can understand that this is a policy that you have, but at some point you need to have policies that are flexible enough to make sense for the employees that you have. Meanwhile, my mom has recently found a job with a boss who like helps like her boss goes above and beyond to try to help people in the company stay. Like he will let you work remote, let you take the time off that you need. He's been helping my mom pay for her college, even though it doesn't have anything to do with the work that she's doing there, or it's tangentially related, but like not a direct correlation. And it's like, yeah, well, that's why his employees have been there for 30 years. Because he actually cares about them as people and not just as employees. So, I don't know. It's interesting. It's so weird. A colleague of mine decided to switch jobs both because they wanted to do different work, but because they'd also get paid more. And when he told his manager, then they said that they thought he had a super big future within the company and they had their eye on him for big things, but they never told him, didn't do pay raises and that kind of stuff. And then they're surprised that the best employees leave for other companies. It's like, yeah, you're going to have to give me more of a promise than just, I have a big future in mind for you. It's giving, we're a family. No, we're not. No, we're not. Also, Toasty, I'm glad that you survived your first 2 meetings. Was there any arguing over spreadsheets? Feels really toxic of the company. Wait till your colleague was on their way out to show their appreciation. There are better ways to respond to someone's notice. For example, I once had a wonderful manager ask, should I even bother with a counter offer or have you already accepted the new offer? And it was great because I felt like we didn't waste our time going back and forth. Yeah. Yeah. I think also sometimes stuff the policy where the sun don't shine actually is so funny of you, Mira. Please. Please. What was I gonna say? I forgot. I had a thought, but the brain cell lost the thought, I fear. That's why the word exception exists. Like, yeah, it's just kind of like, okay, have a different policy then. If it means fucking over your best employees, maybe you should have a different policy then. If you want to keep people. Like, I don't understand. To leave, hop jobs, and then maybe even come back to the original because by the time they're hiring new people for more. Yes, yes. I have another story for you all under the same thought. Allison also, congratulations, friend. You have the brain cell for the next hour, so best of luck. Okay, before I tell you the story, let me read this. During free time, Sunny drew an inappropriate piece of work. Sunny! That doesn't even sound like you, girl. Caused a lot of giggling and disrupted the rest of the school day. I usually try to answer this based off of the kid. And I feel like like working on Sunny's like manners, so I'll do this one even though that's not how I would actually respond. What leftover would you not Toasty highlighting it? I think I'll have some more white chicken chili. I'm using the tools I have available. It's okay. I'm heavy yapping today, so it was probably good, to be honest. It just made me laugh. So I was working at a company in an office of only 3 people. And it wasn't super hierarchical except for obviously like the main boss. But technically, if we wanted to get technical, I was like the bottom rung of the office. Like, it was my boss, she was like the director, and then there was the admin assist person, who was in charge of all of the paperwork, finances, etc. And she was technically second in charge, so she made more money than me, especially because she had a master's degree at the time, and I just have a bachelor's, so that's fine, that's understandable. She worked there before me too. Then there was a change in. Oh, Waffle wants to come hang out. Of course you can come hang out. I mean, I'm just like taking care of my kids, so it's probably pretty boring, but so she made more money than me, which is fine. That's completely normal. There's also going to be an ad, so I apologize if the story gets cut for some of you. And I appreciate y'all being chill. I'm yapping too much today. I can hear it in my voice. My voice sounds crusty dusty. Don't put these filthy clothes on the dining table. Ew. Ew. At least, like, put them, I don't know, somewhere else. Thank you. No. They're so crusty. Why would you put them on your dining table? That perturbed me. Okay, I'll just pause for a second and tell you this story, because clearly I can't hold a brain cell thought for like 2 seconds. But yeah, so I was working at this company. She was making more money than me. Fine. That makes sense based off of her role and experience. Totally fine. So then there was a change in state policy. Not even like the company policy, state policy. Where basically, if you worked in higher ed, you might be familiar with this. But basically, they were trying to prevent salaried workers from being asked to work like boatloads of overtime, because a lot of salaried higher ed workers were being asked to work boatloads of overtime and basically not being paid for it. And so to make like a complicated legal choice simplified, it was basically that you had to eat, like, my boss's options were either to make me hourly and pay me overtime whenever I worked overtime, or to raise my salary amount. She did not want to do either of these things. Because if she made me hourly in the summer, I was the program director. You work like 24 hours a day during the week because you're on call during the night. So she would have to pay me over $10,000 in overtime if I were to work as an hourly employee. She didn't want to do that. But she also didn't want to make me a higher salaried employee, because then I would be making more than the admin assist, which was not supposed to be the case because she technically has like the higher position than me. So what I did not know, still so petty, so mad about this, I didn't get paid by that company for almost 4 months. And the whole time I thought I was pretty new to the role. I thought it was like an HR finance problem. Something was happening. There was paperwork confusion, something like that. Like I was frustrated, but I was, at one point my boss even had to loan me money to like get me by while I was waiting to be paid for my job. But this was like an ideal job for me. I know a lot of people would have left, but like it was an ideal job for me. I used to be a student in this program. It meant a lot to me to be able to work there. So I wanted to stick it out to get it fixed. Well, I later learned that the reason that I wasn't being paid for 4 months was that my supervisor would not make a decision on whether or not she was going to salary me at a higher salary or hourly me and have to pay for my overtime. They kept asking her for an answer and she wouldn't give one. Meanwhile, she's watching me struggle and actually loans me money at one point as if she doesn't know what's happening. I only found out later that she was the cause of the delay. So annoying. Also, hi, Aries. Welcome in. But yeah, basically, it became a point where eventually the admin assist, because she was my friend, so I was happy to share salary information with her because that's how you have more power. My friend found out that she was making less than me, even though her position was higher, and she had a master's degree. So, of course, she's mad, understandably. Not at me, I didn't do anything, but she's mad that she's not being paid appropriately. And then when she goes to approach the boss, it's basically like, well, I had to raise their salary because of the legal changes, and I'll have to raise yours in when you leave, basically, to make it comparable. But I don't want to do that right now because I don't have the budget for it because I didn't have the budget to raise their salary either. But I wasn't given a choice. And she was peeved. She kind of stopped caring about the job and like doing a good job at it because she was being so underpaid for the work that she was doing. And honestly, she's so real for that because, like, obviously this circumstance was more about legalities, but like, I feel like Black women are already so underpaid. And she had a whole master's degree in public health and she was really good at what she did. But they just burnt her out because they wouldn't pay her like a fair wage. So she didn't want to leave because she was trying to get into med school and this was just like a steady job for her. So she just stayed, but you could tell like she mentally checked out. Like she didn't give a fuck anymore. And you know what? Yeah, I wouldn't either. Was it annoying sometimes because I needed things from her? Sure, but like I completely understood where she was coming from. Like we were very much on the same side of it because we were both very much like mistreated in that situation. And it's like that's why your employees don't stay, babe. That's why they don't stay. Isn't that illegal? Yes. Very much so. And also not the only illegal and highly questionable thing that I experienced there at all. I remember at one point, I've told you all this story. I was a part of a hiring committee and I put my word forward for who I thought should be hired because I thought he was very much the most talented candidate. And hi, Fred. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a story, but I will welcome you in just a second. Thank you for the raid. I was a part of a hiring committee and I put forward my nomination for who I thought should be hired for that role because he was absolutely the most talented candidate. And I was initially told that they did not want to hire him because, which this is very illegal and also very racist and problematic, that they did not want to hire him because English wasn't his first language and he wouldn't be able to relate to the students because of that. And I was like, you can't say that. And it's also just not true. We have several students who don't have English as their first language who would probably very much appreciate seeing themselves represented in the staff. He did an entire interview in English, which means that he has a master's. He had a master's in English, so clearly he is perfectly capable of holding valuable conversations in English as needed. And she was like, well, we've just like had experiences in the past with like tutors or staff who were coming from that position and that was what we experienced. And I was like, did you provide them any support? Did you teach the kids about being accepting of people who are different? Like, did you put any effort forward to make that a safe space for them to be in? Because I don't think so. It was disgusting. It was really bad. And I fought for him. I fought for him the whole way through, and he got hired. And to this day, I'm conflicted about it because I think he absolutely deserved to be hired into that role. But I worry about how he was treated because he was taking my role and I left. But he stayed there. I think actually he might still be there. But he stayed there for years. It was like, you wouldn't have had this really wonderful employee for years if you didn't even give him a chance. And the person that she wanted to go with was not a bad candidate, but she was significantly less experienced than him. And I was just like, this is not fair. You can't look him over just because English is not his first language. Anyways, that's my rant for today. We were yapping about the job market, and many stories have come from that conversation. So if you're coming in and you're like, what the heck are you talking about? So many things, but hello. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Queero. If you need to rest, eat, sleep, de-stream, de-stress, please take care of yourself, and that goes for anybody who came on the raid. But welcome in, friends. Welcome in, Mags. Welcome in, Hannah, Titania. Is it Watuktuk? Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome on in, and that goes for anyone. If I say your username wrong or you want me to use a different part of your username or a different name, just let me know. Pants, welcome on in. Hello, 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 friends. And if you're new here and you don't know me, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We play The Sims 4 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and indie games or whatever's floating our boat on Sundays. So if you like cozy, lurk-friendly, sensory-friendly spaces to hang out in, you're more than welcome to join us. And if it's not your vibe and you have to head out, that's totally fine too. I need to catch my breath. I've been yapping too much today, y'all. Too many stories. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. I'm going to do a hydrate. Chat room, if you haven't hydrated, make sure you do. Yeah, I think that's how I wound up reflecting on it. I did worry about what his experience would be like, but at the end of the day, it's his decision to make and his experience to have. Thank you, my love. I've been brought chili for lunch. Hi, Figaroni. But yeah, it's his decision, and so I want him to have the opportunity, and then if that's not a good space for him, have the opportunity to make that choice for himself. I didn't feel like it was like my choice to make for him, even though I did worry. So he stayed there for several years, so hopefully it wasn't too bad of an experience for him. Hi, Em. Welcome on in. Figaroni, why we yelling? What you got to say today? Oh yeah, what'd they have for lunch today? Just blue buff? Fair enough. Did you put cheese in here, cutie? Get you some cheese. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome on in. Also, yeah, I guess since some of our friends are new here, we're doing 100 baby challenge today. We're not actually making any babies right now because we're between generations. We have like a house rule where we change matriarchs every 10 babies. So we've already had all of our 10 babies for this gen. So we're just playing with them, aging them up, getting to know them. Thank you. More cheese or no? No. My heart says yes. My lactose intolerance says no. And I have to choose to be good sometimes, so. Koala, yes. Give me 1 second. I will grab it for you. You said your other two meetings are at like 3 and 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know about a crime that B has committed recently.
What crime did I? Now I'm nervous. I told them though about your crime of telling me that I wasn't going to survive in the arena because of my snores.
But that's just the truth.
Okay, but it's still a crime that you said it.
We're all into genuine honesty until the genuine honesty is not necessarily nice.
Listen, You know I take the genuine honestly even when it's not nice, but I'm still salty about it.
So, like a year ago,
1 second. Koala, I'm sending it to you through your whispers on Twitch, so that's where you'll find it. That's it. Go ahead, Toasty. So a year ago, I don't even know where this is going.
So a year ago,
I'm scared.
B said, "Hey, we both like Pop-Tarts. We both like these flavored Pop-Tarts. Why don't we order
This
like,
is fair.
deluxe,
I deserve
the
this.
deluxe box of Pop-Tarts?" And I was like, "Okay." And I get strawberry frosted. I prefer strawberry unfrosted, but both are pretty good.
And that wasn't an option in the combos, so we went with it.
And B gets s'mores.
No, I got the brown sugar.
Is it maple brown sugar?
Yeah.
Some sort of chocolatey one.
No, it's not chocolatey.
It's not chocolate?
No, not at all. It has no chocolate in it.
I don't believe you. Anyway.
It tastes like a kind of like a coffee muffin. Like
Okay.
a coffee crumble muffin.
And so this box of Pop-Tarts is like 2 12-packs, like 24 Pop-Tarts. And then I have 24 Pop-Tarts. I eat through my 24 Pop-Tarts at first incredibly slowly, and then I get
You get
attached to them,
hyperfixated and then
I demolish them.
Okay.
At this point, B has had maybe 1 Pop-Tart, maybe 2.
I've had like 3, okay, of the 24.
And so it's not going very fast. B's like, at some points, I think that B has had more of my strawberry Pop-Tarts than the Pop-Tarts that they requested. They're nodding. They're nodding in shame.
Oh, I thought that was Fig for a second. I was like, what the fuck? Junie just jumped on the back of my chair, scared the crap out of me.
So last week, B says, "Hey, can I have chocolate frosted Pop-Tarts?" I said,
chocolate chip.
"Okay." And I said, "Excuse me?"
I said, to be fair, I said, I would like to ask you a question that I know is a crime. I'm aware of my misgivings in this situation, but I really want chocolate chip Pop-Tarts.
Mm-hmm.
And Toasty looks at me like, and not the like 21 Pop-Tarts that are still in our cupboard from last year. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want that flavor. I want chocolate chip Pop-Tarts
So
specifically.
B has been banned from getting bulk ordered Pop-Tarts specifically. They get the 6 count box until they can be trusted to at least get the 12-pack.
I don't know that I should really ever be allowed to order things in bulk, but to be fair, that is the most financially wise decision at the moment.
But yeah.
It's almost Taurus season, so I'm allowed a crime or two.
Oh yeah.
Mira said so.
This is a crime that happened last week.
Spiral mac and cheese, yeah, I probably should be allowed, but then my lactose intolerance hasn't been allowing me to eat as much cheese, so.
Well, at least with the spiral mac and cheese, like they also like don't go bad, and also I'll eat it.
Have you even tried the cinnamon Pop-Tarts? Because maybe you'd like them.
I
You
have.
seem to think that they were chocolate, so I'm not convinced that you know what they are.
I've had them, and they're just farly inferior. They're far inferior. I understand why you don't want them, but I didn't order them. Like, B also like the fact that they ordered this big set of box of Pop-Tarts, and then they started eating my Pop-Tarts. Like, you know, these are kind of good. I'm like, hey, get out of here! Eat your own Pop-Tarts. There's like 20 more of them. And B's like, can you eat my Pop-Tarts so I can keep eating your Pop-Tarts? And then order more Pop-Tarts of a third kind? Crimes.
Yeah, that's fair. I really can't reject you on that being a crime at bare minimum. I take responsibility.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's true. I've done silly things as well, so. Oh, all in all,
I was
not
still,
that
they
serious.
heckled me, but they still let me get chocolate chip Pop-Tarts,
Well,
which
you've asked for them
now
twice.
I'm craving, which
You have to eat lunch.
I know I can't eat
no
that right now.
Pop-Tarts for you.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But-
They have like this particular partner trait of they don't want something until I'm eating it. And then they're like, wait a minute, that looks kind of good.
I explained this to you before, and yet you still act so surprised.
I'm not surprised that you do it.
It's basically like the out of sight, out of mind. Once
Mhm.
Toasty starts making something, I see them enjoying it. I smell the smells, and I'm like, oh, that seems nice.
Mhm.
But when we're making a grocery list, I have to do that without like the sensory input. I'm just trying to guesstimate what I might be craving, which doesn't really go very well for me. So, you know,
B has this external desire to like, and also like the internal desire to avoid like the ick. Like avoiding the ick is very fair. Like you don't want to overuse like a safe food, but also simultaneously you're like worried. You're like, I've had this too much. Like I should change to something else, even if it isn't necessarily giving me the ick yet. Whereas like I just lock in. If I'm ordering another box of Pop Tarts because I've been eating them and I like them, I'm ordering the other box of Pop Tarts. And so my hyperfixations last much longer than yours.
yeah,
I lock in
you
hard.
do. For better or for worse, Toasty definitely locks into their hyperfixations way more. And that's not just with food, that's with everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Drizzle likes deception. Spicy.
You looking out the window? You see anything good?
They're cuties. All right, chat room. I should probably eat this lunch, so I will BRB. Little breaks. I will put some words on stream for y'all for some enrichment time, and I will BRB with more Simon right after. I think we're gonna be aging up Petrichor and doing some create sim. So, oh, it absolutely makes sense that someone with the nickname Drizzy would be a mischievous little lad. So, I'm supportive. Also, Kate, hello, welcome in. Get you a little. I know you said quiet, but I have a couple friends and I just want to do a couple shout outs. So just like, don't mind me. Just doing a little thing. Go follow my friends. All right, that's it. All right, bye, y'all. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the enrichment. Stretch. Take your meds. Hydrate. All the good things. And I'll see you in a few. Burp. GG's, pals. Wow, I was wondering if y'all were gonna beat our high score of 32. You got so many ones at the end there that I was like, whoa. Um, I know. Puppo, congratulations on first. Row in second, very good. M sneaking in third, and Trifle, Cinna, Finn, Mira, Arcane, Bookie, Little Soup, regular size soup, and Polly Potty Ferns for making it on the board. Good job. Y'all are so. I mean, like, uh, I need like a good. I feel like y'all were this little guy right now. Very good, very good. No, I agree, Mira. That's what really throws me off at the end. Like, I don't mind like the missing letter. Like, obviously it's a little hard, but or like the, there's a fake letter, but once they start moving them around at that pace, I can't even think straight. It all just becomes mush. Mush mash in my head. Honestly. No worries, Trifle. Take care. Oh, I've been brought Starbursts. Thank you. You good?
I got my period.
Yeah, that's fair. Crimes on a day you have 4 meetings, but
Unsurprised. How it goes.
oh no, not the British accent, not the bad British accent coming out to play. To think on a lot of the higher levels. Oh, we got to do the community affirmation with a bad British accent. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm actually happy to do it. I just like to heckle y'all. A controversial onion, you say, Mira? Just a little controversial onion. I'm just heckling you. A quote. I gotta get my little quote guy out too. 1 second. I do like the yellow ones though. You're not alone in that. I do like them. I think they're pretty good. I like the yellow and I like the pink. I have no impulse control. Little Soup, I would unfortunately have to agree. I love you with my whole heart, and like, not in a parasocial way. I've known Little Soup for like 5 years, y'all, so don't worry. But I love you. But it's true. You don't have any impulse control. Although you did save up to change the bot name, which I keep forgetting to do. One of these days, you're gonna have to poke me about it. But and that required some impulse control. So if you have a big enough motivator, maybe it's true. All right, y'all. An affirmation has been redeemed. So, and a quote, but I'm going to start with a community affirmation. I've given it a little bit of a shuffle and pulled our card for today. We did not get a bonus card today, so we'll go ahead and just straight up get into it. This set of affirmation cards are like a bit silly. They're meant to be a bit light-hearted, so just as a heads up for the tone. But our affirmation card for today is divine timing. Everything is timing, and timing is everything. Gladly I release my concern over timing and let things happen when and as they will. I trust that the divine schedule makers know what they're doing. It can take a long time to reach divine middle management. Porch of Geese. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, I'm not gonna lie. Iconic. So yes, little reminder that we can want to do something right now, and that desire is understandable, but things have to happen in the timing that it's meant to happen in. You have to believe. It's something I remind myself a lot when it comes to, trying to succeed at something, trying to achieve a goal. And also that everybody else's divine timing is different than your divine timing, and you can't expect that because it worked a certain way for someone else that's going to work that way for you. And then let me grab our quote thing. I think technically our 5 minutes of British accent has ended, but I think I can manage to give you a little bit more time so you can have the quote in a British accent too. And if you are actually English or this is your actual accent, please know I'm not trying to offend. I know it's not very good. Chat room just enjoys it for a little silly giggle now and again. But the question is, what have I done with my little quote thing? I thought I had it right here. Ooh, knocking things over. What have I done with it? 1 second. Also, hello, Ernesto and Ro. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Elise, hello. Welcome in. Okay, I've found it. I haven't had quote redeemed in a long time, so I didn't know where it was. It was hiding behind something else on my shelf. All right, let's see. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Let's give it a good shuffle. This is a very good one. Very straightforward, but I think it's good. Your only obligation in this lifetime is to be true to yourself. I like that. That's a good one. Okay, I'll stop British accenting you all now. Whatever quote card y'all pull, I leave. It's like a little quote display thing, so I leave it in the front until we get a new quote. So that one will be up there now, which, you know what? That one aligns very much with what I've been working on in therapy. So I appreciate that. It'll be a good reminder to have out and about. Elise! The bot says, I don't know about that. Maybe you do need to be doing some sleeping, actually. Actually and truly. Also, Pup, welcome in. I know I missed your entry earlier, and Possum, welcome in. And anyone else who might have snuck in when I wasn't looking, welcome in. And since we did have some friends join us, just a little reminder, if y'all haven't done your daily click today, to snag it. And if you want, you can redeem that you did it in your channel points, but you do not have to. It's also just for doing the action. I'm so tired today. I was so tired at the beginning of stream. I was literally like yawning through my sentences, but y'all have been so uplifting and silly today that now I'm awake. I'm here. I'm like mentally still tired, but I'm not like sleepy anymore. Turned it off and then did some more sleeping, as you deserve, honestly. As you deserve. I've been sleepy this week too. It was really gray here the last like week or so. We got a tiny bit of sun peeking out yesterday, and then today it's actually like proper sunny, which is very exciting. Okay, give me 1 second to send one little message, and then I'll be back with y'all. Family dynamic between Waffle and Foggy is jokesters. Absolutely. All right, let's get you, when you're done with that, some food. You need some food. some fun. Why are you sad? I don't know who hurt your feelings, bud. Oh, another raid! Thank you so much. Hello. There was a stinky babe. Not a baby, but a stinky kiddo for sure. Your eyes did not deceive you. Hi Xana. Hi Rory. Loon, hello, welcome. Emmy, welcome in. Xana, how are you, my friend? How are you doing? Let me get you a shout out. I hope you're doing good. I think you were doing your Pelican Town project again today, the Legacy Challenge. I hope it was good. I hope you made some good progress. And if y'all are new here and you don't know me, you've never been here before, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. And we mostly play The Sims 4, play 100 baby challenge, and then our current legacy challenge is the Llamas and Legends, which is a D&D inspired legacy challenge. It's very fantasy-esque. We have our fantasy lesbians that we like to play with. So, and then on Sundays we like to do like indie games or kind of whatever floats our boat at that time. So if that sounds like your cup of tea and you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. But if you need to head out, that's also totally fine. Maybe spent 8 hours on it. Yes, you completed 2 aspirations onto the last one and made some good progress on our collections. Xana, that's so fun. Make sure you get some rest. 8 hours of streaming is nor joke, by any means, but yeah. Sorry. I went from having no brain cell this morning to talking so much that now I have no brain cell, not because I'm sleepy anymore, but instead because I talk so much that now my brain is short-circuiting. All good conversations. All conversations I was very much happy to have, but I'm finding my brain cell again. Actually, I think, is it time for... Aw, man. 5 minutes. I was off by 5 minutes. Rest in peace. I've only used a potion of youth. One potion of youth for each of my Sims. So it's not been as hard as I thought, but it's been a bit tricky. I'm gonna have to go and check out your legacy at some point because it sounds really cool. Sounds a bit complex, which, like, color me impressed is what I mean to say by saying that, not in like a judgmental way. Yes, of course. Yeah, after 8 hours, you need to take care of yourself, friend. Y'all, if you're not already following Xana, 10 out of 10 would recommend. They play The Sims, but they also do a lot of other things. Xana is someone who really inspires me in terms of really honoring the brain cell of what they want to do for that day. So I've seen them do map making streams, crafting, all kinds of different games, just chatting, like just a really genuine space where, you know, they do whatever is making the brain cell happy at the moment. So especially if you're like up earlier than me, because Xana usually streams before I get on in the morning. In my morning, I should say. Okay, I need you to make a cake. I think it's Petrichor's birthday today. So we have some casts to be doing. Yeah, I probably won't pick it up because I have a bad habit of starting and stopping and starting and stopping legacy challenges. So when I'm in one, I have to commit. But I would love to at least like check it out, because also sometimes I like to do my starting and stopping nonsense offline, where I allow myself to do whatever the heart wants to do at the time. So. Oh, Xana doesn't have access to sending links. Xana, can you DM it to me? And is it okay if I share it with the chat? Not to keep you here while you were trying to do your lurk. But I'm sure there are others who would love to check it out. Alright, you're in a good mood now after playing some video games with your older brothers. Let's get you doing your homework. And you too before y'all get too sleepy. Alright, now everybody doing their homework. Yeah, of course, of course. I appreciate you. Alright, we're making a coconut cake for Petrichor's birthday. Take Grandma to an appointment. Have a good rest of your stream, and I'll see y'all this weekend. Soup. Thank you so much for being here, friend. I really appreciate it. I hope that the appointment goes well, and I will see you this weekend. Take care. Thank you, thank you. There you go, friends. If anyone's interested in, I know Elise you mentioned, if anyone's interested in checking out the Stardew Valley inspired Legacy Challenge, it should be there for you now. It reminds me of when I had an era, and I'm actually so sad that I reset that particular farm. There was like a good reason I had to do it in that particular case, but I had a Stardew Valley inspired Animal Crossing island, and I think about him probably once a week and how sad I am that I reset him because he was so good. I miss him. I should have kept him. Tragic. Also, fun fact, I was talking to Toasty, and we are going to try to get the cat cam up and running again for this weekend. Not 100% sure, but pretty good odds that we can get it sorted. The reason that it hasn't been on for like a couple of months is because I was having some tech issues, and we thought it was because my computer was overloaded with how many things were plugged into it, and it still does get that way sometimes, so it's going to be a little bit of a trial and error, but it was actually from a hard drive I had installed, or like an external hard drive that was aggravating my computer, so we're going to give it a go again. So we can have cute cat cam, especially because now, I don't know if I told you all, but we rearranged our house and now I have a bed in my office. And the cats are obsessed with it right now. I don't know if they'll stay obsessed with it, but they're both sleeping right now, cutesy on my bed. So, okay, Sunny. Sunny. What is your vibe, girly? I think you would be like good for surezies. And social butterfly. Absolutely. Oh, that's not Sunny. That's Petrichor, who is adorable. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm excited. Look at these freckles. I need to mess with the traits because I got confused, but that's fine. Alright, time to get lost in the cast sauce. Time to take a big sip of the cast juice. And also your water, chat room. Alright, well, Petrichor is naturally a cutie, so I feel like I don't really have that much work that I have to do. Okay. So Sunny, I want to add the good trait when she ages up, but that's not Petrichor. Petrichor, I think, is going to be like our environmentalist girly through and through. I mean, she'll have other attributes, obviously, but I think she'll probably have like some of the eco lifestyle, Green Street, I think more eco-friendly. Yes, we'll do that. I don't think we've had any kids with that trait yet, too. We love a good Cass moment. We do, we do. We do, we do. And she liked green when she was young, which, I mean, oops. I did not mean to do that. Give her her freckles back, please, and thank you. Make sure she has the same skin details as the rest of her family. And then hair. When she was a kid, what did she have when she was a toddler? Like the little bun. So we have some options. I actually like what she was spawned with, but I just want to test some things before we commit. I forget. Petrichor, I think her parent is Lana. So it's interesting because she actually looks a lot more like Omelette than she does Lana. It's probably the red hair that makes me feel that way. This is what they had when they were younger, so we could always like keep that vibe if we wanted. Sometimes I like to because I feel like it keeps some consistency. Sometimes I like to imagine that they you know, grow up and have a little bit different sense of style as they age. I wish this hair didn't have like a colored bow associated with it because then I feel like I have to match the outfit to it a little more. The little barrettes are so cute. Oh, I love an egg emote koala. Ooh, this one's cute on her. The little braids in the front. Oh, that one's cute too with the little green. Oh, cute. Mm. You know what? I've been meaning to give a kid this hairstyle. And something about the green fiend environmentalist child, the little shaved side head, I think it works. I'm not 100% on it because I need to see what it looks like with the fits, but I think we're going to give it a go. Green. That's cute. Task time. Woo! Nice job getting your laundry folded, friend. I know that can be quite the task sometimes. Excuse me. Omelette has a way of producing outdoorsy, very queer kids. Which makes sense because that is some of their traits that they pass down. Not to every single kid. Obviously, some of them are a little bit more different than their mom, but that is the most common, and the red hair, most common traits passed down. Yes. I'm imagining, like the little kid who, from a very young age, decides to be like vegan and is like, you all need to do better. You know what I mean? The little knowledgeable eco kid who is kind of like, come on, y'all, get it together. You're ruining the environment. Which is funny because they live in they live an eco lifestyle, which makes sense, but like they live also with a very like techie parent. Okay, cute. I think I like that. Whoa, this fit is not their vibe at all. Okay, formal. That could be kind of cute. This is cute. I like bottoms. Yeah, maybe we'll do the little sunflower patches for because I liked that one on them too for like hot weather wear. I like the loafers, but they are like a little warped on the kids' feet, so I don't think I want that. Hmm. I need to get more kids' shoes specifically. Once again, I'm asking The Sims to make the clothes in adult sizes for me. Truly. Hi, Dancer. Welcome on in. Thank you for the quiet hello. I hope you're doing well. Let's get the socks off. That's kind of cute, actually. This is also cute. I don't know if I can do, like, for me personally. Oh, this is fitness. Okay. I was thinking full hoodie for sleeping is impressive. I feel like I'd feel like I was being choked if I wore a full hoodie to bed. That would be cute on them. I wasn't sold on this. Let me see if I take the formal tag off. There's also this one, which is cute. But where's that one that I saw? I know. It's really frustrating how little like fun adult clothing there is. Like fun colors, fun patterns. It's always like so serious, especially if you're plus size. Oh my goodness. It's just like you can't find anything that is the vibe. Okay, yeah. I like that better. Then we need some good bottoms. And then you do find like the occasional there is a few shops here and there that will have some cute um more whimsical like fun patterns. I think of like Lucy and Yak, for example, that also do sell plus size clothing too, and they are so expensive. And it's like it's really challenging because I do understand on one hand when it comes to like trying to find like ethical clothing, it's kind of like, well, then it costs more money. But what are low income uh plus size folk meant to do? Like, I don't know. That one's a really sticky situation to be in because there's, especially right now, they're like super scaling back on plus size. I don't know if any of you follow Samira on TikTok, but she does a lot of stuff about plus size clothing, and with all the like anti DEI stuff that's been happening recently, a lot of um a lot of clothing stores, which there wasn't already very many clothing stores that had plus size options, especially like true plus size, like 1X, 2X, 3X, 4X, etc. And not just like extra large or extra extra large type of thing. Um, they, even those stores are pulling back and not having as much of their stuff. If you want it, you have to order it online, which is a bit goofy because when it comes to being plus size, makes shopping online even harder because obviously like everybody carries their weight in different parts of their body. And so, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with this thought. I just know it's annoying. I'm just venting because it's annoying, honestly. Because I feel like I can never find clothes that fit me. I go out with Toasty and we'll look at like different shops, and like Toasty is like a bit smaller than me. We're both plus size, but I'm like more plus size than they are, and they'll be able to find some stuff. But like I can never I often come home with like one thing after like a whole day. And it's a pain in the booty cheeks. Especially as someone with like limited energy, you know? How dare we, checks notes, attempt to wear clothes. Literally though, Samira was trying to run a 5K, and she could not find like shops that um like had workout clothes in her size. And of course the comments are terrible, as they always are. And they're like a lot a lot of the comments on her page are always like TW for fat phobia, obviously, but like they'll be like, oh, like this should be a sign. Like you should take this as a sign that like clearly you need to change something. And it's so interesting to me that they don't see the irony of that comment at all, considering she's trying to buy workout gear. Not even saying that she's trying to lose weight, because I don't know her personal journey. I'm not assuming that. But we can't even find clothes to work out in, even if that was what we were trying to do, which we shouldn't feel like we have to. But do you not understand? Like, we can't even find the clothes to do the workout in that you want us to do so badly. So I don't really know what you expect. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome on in. Yeah, exactly, Ro. Me too. Me too. I was trying to sew my own clothes for a while to combat that, but I don't have the skills quite yet to get the fitting right. Yeah. It's a hard thing to learn. It's definitely a worthwhile skill, though. Jobs and employment, I should take this quote, but the job I mentioned earlier, they're offering 8 times my usual rate, and I'm freaking out. What's the hesitation, son? I sense that you're hesitant to do it, but also you seem excited about it. Is it just that you feel like you should negotiate? Because if you're happy with the quote, I don't think you always have to. If you genuinely feel like it's like a good rate. I think sometimes that, like, I know there's a lot of pressure to negotiate, and maybe you could get a little more. It's possible, considering that's what they're offering. But I'm kind of the mind of like, I don't want to get ghosted if I'm happy with the initial rate. And sometimes that can produce like a good working environment when you're like, yeah, I'm happy with that. And you're able to move forward in that way for like future connections and stuff. Is it too good to be true? And I normally work for way less, so I don't want it to feel like I was lying if I just take the offer and that's so much more money. No, don't tell them that that's more than your usual amount. Don't tell them that. That's fine. If they have the money to give you, that's totally fine. If anything, perhaps it's a reminder to like raise your rates, if anything, because like if companies are willing to spend that much on you, then that's pretty sick. It's okay. I'm sure if they were going to check your site, they would have checked it already, honestly. And they probably don't care. If they're good people who want to support artists, then. Let me see. Might change this out for the. That way we can have the same jeans again. Cute. It's giving lumberjack lesbian, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, I think it's giving a bit of a lumberjack lesbian. And that's not a bad thing. I like it, Picasso. I normally do personal work for other marginalized smaller creators, so I kind of like having a range. I'm just having the imposter syndrome. Get imposter syndrome, babes. No, the imposter syndrome is super, super valid. I'm only attempting to remind you that you absolutely deserve to be paid that amount, and do not sell yourself short, you know? Okay. Maybe the sandals, do they come in a brown? Coming to green. Well, I think I'll do the orange. The black just kind of stands out. Okay, cute. Cute, cute, cute. And I don't think this is right for them either now that I realize which kid I'm working on. Sunny and Petrichor just look so similar until they had like their styles figured out, like genetically so similar that my brain was like, huh? Even though I've already done, oops, I did not realize my display was on. That I got them mixed up. But now it'll be easier to tell the difference between them. Methinks. Alright, well now we have no toddlers even in our house, y'all. We're really getting up there. We are really getting up there. Alright, it's Wednesday. It's 9 p.m. What do you want to do for funsies, bestie? I did want you to work on some digital art. You're sleeping already. Did you do your homework? I think so. I think everyone did their homework except probably Petrichor, who doesn't need to. So we'll get y'all to sleep now that the birthday party's over. Petrichor, you need to go piss pow. I should also save since we just did that whole makeover. If y'all are playing a game that requires saving, here's your save reminder, chat room. Pro masking preventative healthcare, which is extra my vibe, so I might just have to do it. I appreciate the support. I'm just doing a small panic. You're super valid. The small panic is real. Oh, why'd you stop? Did you finish it? Huh? Oh my gosh. Wait, the animation on that's so cute. I haven't really seen them work on the design pads too much. Okay. Let's put this away. You need some food. What's in the fridge at the moment? There's not much. How's your spoons? You have some energy. Let's have you cook something so there's more food in the fridge. There you go. I want to believe in my art and get paid fairly for all the work. Gets offered business rates. Surprise Pikachu. You sure you didn't put an extra 0? I do understand where you're coming from. It sometimes puts like a little extra pressure. Like I remember there was a company once that was offering me like, and I guess this is somewhat common with people who have like bigger creators, so you know, fair enough. But they were offering me like 1K plus, like a little bit over 1K for a single stream on their channel. And I was like, that's fake, right? Like you're not for real. For me to go have fun on your channel, I get to play a game. And I asked them if I could play games with my friends while I was on there, and they were like, yeah. And I was like, I mean, okay. I'm not gonna say no, but like it's hard when then I was like the anxieties I was feeling was like, what about me like playing games with my friend is worth something like that? And for them it was like it was Disability Pride Month, and so they were paying me for sharing, being vulnerable and like sharing some of my story, you know, with strangers. And you know, I don't know. I think like for them it made sense, but for me my brain was breaking. I was like, but like really? Me? Just little old me? Like I don't know. I didn't feel worthy, but I did it and it was fun and everyone was really nice and I got paid, which was very helpful because that was back when we were in Chicago where we had a lot less money. So, but yeah, I do understand. I do get where you're coming from. All right, let's put this away. Now there's a little bit more food in the fridge. Get Foggy to sleep now that they've had some fun. And then we'll get you to sleep too. Jinx, no, please. I'm just a guy. Don't do that to me. All right, all the kids are asleep. The laundry is in the constant state of disarray. But that's fine. You know, I hope in quiet moments like this, where Omelet is the only one awake, that they are proud of themselves. Because, gosh, I don't know. I know they're just one of my little pixel people and it's not that deep, but they went through a lot. They lost their mom. They took on this, like, task of having 10 kids, like the family legacy. And they're not even someone who I think in a life where there wasn't this family legacy for them to uphold, that he would maybe have some of his own kids, but nothing like having 10 kids. And it would not have been the main thing that they focused on for their life, but they wanted to, um, no, now. What? Oh, it's the skillful sleep thing. That scared the crap out of me. I thought the omelet was dead. Oh my god, I've never seen that before. Oh, I was about pee my pants, y'all. I thought she died too. This is like a mastery perk. I'm not sure how we got it, but they gave us this mastery perk that um allows Omelet to gain skills while they're sleeping. I've just never seen the projection before. Um but yeah, they lost their mom after their mom, like, you know, had her 10 babies, moved their mom in with them, you know, took care of her, and then um you know, they went through, they fell in love, like they fell head over heels in love, but they weren't supposed to. So they found a way to still manage to carry on the family legacy through the science babies. Oh, not the rebellious from Drizzy. I'm not surprised, but oh boy. Um Found a way with the science babies to still do it, and went through a messy divorce, got back together. Such a journey. They've come such a long way. He uses it to develop his acting skill, but he's a farmer. Oh no. The thing that I have to keep remembering is big organizations and businesses with budgets have categories of money they need to use up and spend. They don't get to use that amount next year because the board says, oh no, you didn't use it, and that means you don't need it. So you should let them pay you. True. Me too, son. Me too. I would have lost my mind. Hi, Acorn. Hi, Pixels. I hope it's okay for me to say, you know, you're saying you like your Acorn's emotes. Acorn has very cute emotes. Acorn also has very cute art and is doing some emergency comm stuff right now. So if anyone's been looking for very like earthy, cutesy art, go send them some love. And if you can't com art, you know, hanging out in streams, supporting them would also be rad. If you have the spoons/desire. Oh, good. Okay. Drizzle's in a rebellious phase, and Sunny's in a picky eater phase. Cool. My life's about to be super simple. Really simple. Wait, they. Alright. Why does it say it's dirty in here? Is it because of the laundry? Must be because of the laundry. Oatmeal or omelet, you're waking up your kids with this skillful sleep nonsense. Why don't you just go to sleep like normal? You don't really need anything. So I guess I'll just put you back to sleep so that your sleep need can go all the way up. Why is my parent astral projecting is not a question that I thought would be asked in The Sims. You know, realistically, I think you have to be prepared to ask any question when it comes to The Sims. Because this game, I've been playing this game for so many years, and particularly I've been playing this game as my job for 4.5 years now, which means I play a lot of hours of this game. And it it will keep you busy. Let's see what you can do. A little tip, if you have a 100 baby house and you choose to suffer like I do by having laundry in your game, which you absolutely don't have to do, it's not part of the challenge. Oh, you're fine, no worries. I was just telling everybody to go calm your art. I was hyping you up. So maybe it was good that you were AFK, because I know I get very shy when people do that for me. So, but yeah, I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good today. I had kind of a grumpy mood yesterday. I told people I was paingry yesterday, kind of like hangry, but from my chronic pain flare up lasting too long, I was getting frustrated yesterday, but and I'm sure there's potential for that to still be around, but I'm on the mend, and also just spending time with y'all today, laughing and being silly, having good combos is definitely helping the brain cells, so I appreciate that too. Okay. Maybe I wish there were more like outdoor activities kids could participate in. I wish that the gardening, like kids could do more with the gardening. Because I don't know what to do sometimes with all my outdoorsy kids. Oh, thank you, Pixels. I appreciate that. I think for me, I was expressing that I had so I think I told you all that like I started some meds that were purposefully causing me to not have my periods, because those are like a big like pain flare up trigger, and it was working. It was working for like 3 months. I was not by any means pain free, but I don't know if you all noticed, but I was able to be a lot more consistent with streaming. My anxiety was down a lot, which I was super grateful for. And then this month, randomly, it kind of stopped working again, and I started getting breakthrough period symptoms. Not my actual period, but like, you know, I can tell the hormones are still doing things they're not supposed to be doing. And it has caused some flare-ups of some certain like injuries, pains that I wasn't having for a few months. And I think that if I hadn't had 4 months break from it, which I am grateful for, obviously any break from it is very nice, but I think I maybe would have responded to the flare up better, but because I haven't had the experience for a minute, I think I just struggled with it more because I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Something about it being able to feel how different it felt for a little bit made me grumpier about it when I was going through a flare up. I don't know if that makes sense to any of my other chronically ill friends, but I feel like I didn't describe it that well, but hopefully y'all will get what I mean. It's like knowing what it could be like, even at not at 100%, like knowing what it could be like made me angry that that the meds stopped working and I wasn't able to stay at that baseline and that I went back down. It's not my fault, it's not anybody's fault, but it's just frustrating. I really don't feel like celebrating Harvest Fest right now. But I shall, because it's the kids' last Harvest Fest here. Yeah, it's like my pain tolerance definitely was like a little low. And then I think it just took long. Like I had like a little specifically like a little injury flare up. I have my left shoulder has some issues, and all I did was, you know, the little like gentle neck circles like as a stretch. I got up in the middle of the night to pee like usual, and I always try to stretch when I get up in the middle of the night because it helps me fall back asleep faster. Because at night sometimes you sleep in like wonky positions, and so, you know, everything will be a little tight and wonkadoodle. So I try to, you know, do that. And I'm doing it the little neck circles, which is exactly what one of the exercises my physical therapist gave to me. I'm on my like fourth little neck circle, and it's just like, oh, okay, your shoulder's gonna be in excruciating pain for the next 4 days. I was like, what did I do to deserve that? Which is like, obviously I didn't do anything to deserve it, so to speak, but you know, when I like stay on my computer too long, or like I do an exercise and that messes me up, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, like that's annoying, but it makes sense. Little neck circles though, really gentle. I was like, I'm shooketh. WFP emailing us saying that we'll send you a sticker if you donate, and the sticker says nobody likes billionaires is low-key tempting. You know what? They know their audience. And for that, I will give them credit. I used to get chronic pain a lot before, but now when I don't get it as often, I think to myself, is this what I was used to all the time before? I guess the more often you have it, the more you get used to it. Yes, exactly that. I'm glad y'all understand what I mean. Like, yeah, I just got used to the lower baseline. It still sucked, but and then having 4 months of a little bit of a higher baseline which was great. Amazing, honestly. But then I was mad when it went away. Understandably so. Hmm. Why can't I unload and put the laundry away? It's finished. It's clean. No. Why do I have to? Oh my gosh. Ugh. I feel like my laundry's so broken. If it wasn't so broken, I feel like I wouldn't mind it as much, but it's annoying. Why are you see like she's adding laundry on top of laundry? How can you even do that? Oh, the power has been turned off. Fucking land grabs turning the power off on Harvest Fest on a family holiday when everyone's home. Not that I'm surprised, but heck the land grabs. For real, for real. But during Harvest Fest is an actual crime. This is an actual crime. Hello, Poppy. Welcome in. How are you? Well, that makes it like really difficult to have a good Harvest Fest because I also think that means that I can't cook a grand meal either. All right, well, heck me for trying to have like a cute Harvest Fest or whatever. Dang. Why don't you invite over Olive? I also want to see how many people does Olive live with now? A generous donation to charity. Sure. Doing good today, doing good. A little sore, but in a good headspace. Enjoying streaming, hanging out with y'all. Annoyed with the land grabs, what's new? I would love to invite Olive to move in with us. Because we have 5, 6, 7, 8. I think she only has 2 kids. If they even still, the teen might be moved out. I think we can finally do this. And not have it mean that she abandons her children. So let's see. I don't know where the option is though. I don't know how to take a peek other than like going managing the. So I can go in cast actually. That will probably work. Might be a little bit of a pain in the booty cheeks to like get back to our family, but it's fine. Okay, yeah, she still has her 2 kids. Or who's this? This does not say son. Okay, I don't know who you are. Who are your parents? Where did you come from? I guess so. Also, is Nyan a teen now or is he an adult? He's an adult now. So actually, we don't need to move Nyan in. Nyan can stay here with his roommate. I don't know what the nature of this roommate ship is, but whatever. I'm supportive. Nyan is honestly sick, so and we'll take Cooper. 'Cause cute, why not? All right, so then we should be good. Where are your parents? Who are your parents? I've been through this once before. I cannot deal with this again. Frankly. I think maybe I thought Tyler was her kid, but it doesn't seem so from. Oh, see, I had a fear that this was going to happen. Suppose I could ask from Olive's perspective. Oh no, because then it'll have Omelet move to her house, so that won't make sense. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to go all the way around. Not to argue about politics. Yeah. Yeah, those two do have a tendency to argue a wee little bit. A wee little bit, which is unfortunate because one of Olive's dislikes is arguing. And I'm like, besties, please. Okay. Now I really just do need to find where the actual option to invite them to move in is, though. There we go. There we go. Trying to decide if we invite Nyan to move in. Tyler could stay on his own. I know that he's an adult, but I feel like she was letting him live with her. So then maybe I should take him in too. Sorry, Tyler. I'm leaving you on your own. I'm only gonna take a little bit of Olive's money though, because I don't want to cheat too much. And we're taking your cat. And we're back to the chaos of an 8-sim household. Wee woo. Alright, I need to get some cat stuff though. Listen, as long as none of them are babies, I'm chillin'. I'm chillin'. It's the babies that get me. Hopefully cats can still lay on this, even though technically it's like a dog bed. Fingers crossed. I guess we'll find out. The litter boxes have low-key been broken recently, but we'll give it a try. See how that goes. Hi, Nyan. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good, dude. Love your vibe. I feel like you and Drizzle are about to become best friends. Because you give me such similar energy. Nakey gnomes. Yeah, it was cute. Coming down to Drizzle's level. Want me to be a tech guru? I appreciate that, but I'm not supposed to take a full-time job. Oh, we've angered the gnomes on accident. Ooh, Olive likes deep thoughts. I'm into it. On a part-time job. Well, they make quite a bit of money, actually, because they do work in tech. They just work freelance. So, it's not the worst. What are you doing, bestie? Why are you always wearing... For some reason, Sunny always wears her, like, cold weather outfits. Nobody else does this as often as her. And I'm like, I don't always want you in snow pants, babe. I give you lots of cute outfits that fit your personality. Please use them. My solution, the broken litter box, was EA should make the Sims be able to train their cats to poop in toilets. Bliss. Okay, y'all. We have an ad in about 30 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little stretch break. I should be back right when the ad's like pretty much over. Because I'm just going to stretch. But, you know, I'm trying to be good with my shoulder so that this weekend I'm not too busted for our long streams. So, BRB. Okay, hello. Sorry, I got distracted because Figaroni was being really cute and I was snuggling him on the bed. I did, in compensation for being gone longer, send you all a cute picture of him so you could understand why I couldn't leave him. I put it in the Discord, okay? He needed my love and attention immediately from his upside down position in his peach. So, which he's still there, asleep now. Oh boy. Alrighty. What was Lithuanian? 8 sim household so chaotic. No babies, but still feel like losing my marbles. Alright, let's find out if the cat can lay here. I think he can. Hi, Cooper. What do you need? A little shower, a little peace. Oh. I don't know why. Lately, certain actions that I click on, like the little things, and they tell them to do an action that has nothing to do with that need. And I'm like, okay. I guess. Enthused about new albums. Tell a story. Such a big bed for a little big baby. Oh, nice. Drizzle finished their project. Very good. It looks great. Discuss video games. These two can yap for a bit. You're doing your dolls. You can get some food. My town made national news and not for anything good. I'm not going to go into detail. Oh. Damn, Poppy. I'm sorry. That shit happens a lot more than it should, honestly. Not that I know exactly what happened, but I get the general vibe from what you're saying. Sending love my way. Sending love your way, my friend, I mean to say. I'm sure it's upsetting to see. I wonder how Nyan feels becoming a like older brother overnight to a bunch of kids. Wait, well, Foggy, what are you doing? Foggy, go inside immediately. Please, promptly. Foggy, you're stressing me out. I didn't know it was that cold, and this is my favorite sim. I do need to get a momentary screenshot of you being blue, and then I need you to promptly go inside. Because I will actually cry. Is it that cold? Oh my gosh, okay, maybe I should bring all the others inside too. They've been hanging out outside for forever though. And didn't have any problems. Okay, Foggy's okay though, so that's good. Let's get Drizzle inside. And Petrichor inside. And Cooper probably should also come inside, huh? The others are just vibing. Hi, Lalila. Welcome in. I don't know what she thinks is dirty. Why are you two, like, standing on top of each other? Can you two be normal? I know that that's a challenge, but... Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, friend. I notice a lot of people have some like sinus infections and stuff going on right now. I hope you feel better soon. Enjoy your lurk. You need to be normal now. I'm gonna glitch into my partner. It's giving, you know how sometimes like clingy people are kind of like, I want to climb into your skin, actually. That's how obsessed I am. Ooh, their romantic satisfaction has changed. Let me see. Because they had some things they were working through. Hopefully it was a good change. I don't know. Actually, I can't see anything that looks like it changed. Oh, it says satisfied. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's good, actually. I like that. If they could wear me like a hoodie jacket, they would be so happy. Oh no. Not that. I do get that though. Fig can be like that sometimes. I know, they can't be outside. There's no power. Just a hot mess express. Oh, Lilila, at least y'all have each other. Can spend time together. Oh, her little jacket thingy to keep her protected is so cute. Oh, they're both now very satisfied in their relationships. Interesting. Effie, thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you for using your Prime here in the Hive. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your B-motes and your B-badge and your ad-free viewing. Welcome into the sub club. Thank you, thank you. Apparently I almost killed Nyan. He just got here. So that's my bad. Rest in peace, bud. So sorry. What? Sorry, what? I remember changing my name to have the mix at the front so we could have the they them tag. Do you mean when I used to have Mix Plumpy at the beginning of my name? I'm sorry, I'm lost, but forgive me, please. I hope you're doing well. All right, what does this say? You're on my list, Nyan. You've been pushing the line, living dangerously. Perhaps you think you're immune to the consequences of your actions. Perhaps you're brave, or perhaps you're just foolish. But let me make this clear. You're on very, very thin ice. After your latest brush with death, I'll be keeping a particularly close eye on you, and if you even think about stepping one toe out of line, I'll be there to collect your soul. I like you, Nyan, but as you spend the next 2 days reeling from your near-death experience, you should know that you're on death's doorstep. It would be wise of you to be careful. Your next mistake will be your last. Okay. We have pronouns not from Twitch, but there's like a pronoun extension that you can have so that your pronouns will show up in people's chats. Nope. I added an S at the end. which is pretty sick. Or at least I like it, because then I can see y'all's pronouns when you put it in. Alright, well, I guess I'm not allowed to let Nyan work on electrical things. I was unaware of this rule. What? Whoa. Because I think he got electrocuted too. These two went from fighting so much to now being so very gay. Oh, that's right. There's no electricity, so I can't wash any of these things because they hate me, actually. I know, this has been an interesting Harvest Fest, to say the least. I didn't intend for it to be this chaotic. Oh, and you know, just what I need is, the... Oh, just what I need is the flaming gnome to come into the picture as I say that. Hi, Kitty. Welcome back. Grim, happy Harvest Fest. You might die, actually, if you don't... Foggy, please. Foggy, are you okay? Why is everybody getting electrocuted? I think that was from the gnome, actually. And not from... Can you imagine? Ay, ay, ay. You know what? No, I'm just gonna replace this. I've decided no one can be trusted in this household near electricity today. I don't think y'all have earned those privileges. Don't think so. Nope. Nope. Taking those privileges away, actually. Thank you. Oh, were you two woohooing? I looked away for 2 seconds, and I come back, and they have hot and heavy, fresh and frisky, all kinds of spicy interactions between these two. What am I gonna do with y'all? My children are trying to die. My parents are busy woohooing. What a day it has been in this 100 baby challenge, honestly. What a day. What about you? You know, the gnomes are getting on my nerves. Omelet, your children are dying and you're woohooing. Listen, Omelet's been waiting for this moment for a very long time. They were like, you've got your older brother and your older sibling out there. Should be alright. Oh, our electricity is back. Oh, amazing. Okay. Actually, let's have you go make everyone a very late night Harvest Fest meal then. No, you still can't? What do you mean the power's been turned off, babe? It was bright upstairs. You had lights on upstairs. That must have been a glitch. Oy vey. Okay, well, you can have light for woohooing, but you can't actually have light to make food for your family for another 30 minutes at 9 p.m. Omelet said gay rights. They said you better support my gay rights and my gay wrongs. And you know what I do? I do, Omelet. I do support your gay rights and your gay wrongs. All right. Let's have you work on this. You finished your little craft, cutie. I want to put it somewhere, but I'm not sure I have any spots where it can go. Oh, I could put it on the wall. Cute. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, now I can make the grand meal, finally. We'll just do a traditional ham dinner. Nyan, I will have you do some laundry. The electrician gods approve of the woohoo, so they got some light for a short while. I know. Oh, you know, I didn't mean for you to put the whole laundry basket in your inventory, bud. I didn't understand what the prompt was. What do you mean there's no available washing machine? The washing machine is right here. I'm gonna lose my marbles because the washer and dryer are never working. Always away. Always away, always away, always away. Alright, well, what I do in this situation is usually I just go buy a new one and hope that it works better. It's a bit chaotic of a strategy, but it usually works. I think Drizzle has become quite the little cat lover. They've really taken Cooper on. Oh, I think Cooper has like the little docked tail. You don't see that on cats too much. Look at his little stubbed tail. He has a little stubby nubby tail. Oh my god, I love him. Stop. So cute. He also has heterochromia, which is also cute. Could you stop making the grand meal in the middle of the grand meal, babe? It's 11 p.m. It's already getting pretty late for your children to have dinner, babe. I need you to get it together. What? Thank you. You're having way too much fun with those turkey basters. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, yeah, I love having a little kitty cat around. We'll probably move Cooper out with... Either let Cooper stay with Omelette and Olive in the house, or, whoever we make the heir, maybe they'll take the cat. Or if Drizzle continues to be obsessed with the cat, maybe we just let Drizzle have them. TBD. Tibidibida. Alright. The grand meal has been made. Everyone's in a bit of a state of disarray. because they're having their grand meal at 11:30 p.m. thanks to the land grabs. But you know what? No one can say Omelette wasn't committed to making sure that they were having a good holiday. They made that happen even at 11 p.m. Two birthdays and a funeral. Extra cake, we got you. Oh my god, I forgot about that. They came home from their mom's funeral. They had been running the funeral all day, and then it was two of the kids' birthdays, and before they could even get a night's sleep, they had to cook cakes. The children's birthday. That was so chaotic. Truly a time of it indeed. Alright, and now I really need to get this whole household to bed. Because I wanted them to have a good Winterfest. So I let them stay up way too late, but I think they have school tomorrow, and I really don't think, like, any of them did their homework. I won't lie. No, I don't want you to nap. I want you to go to bed, please. Thank you. Olive has such an RBF in this picture down here, but looks so happy here. Oh, I said omelet. Oh my gosh. Look at me. I'm mixing them up too. Olive. I meant olive. Might be. Alright, we got almost everyone to sleep except for these two little gremlins. Which, that's fine. Nyan and Drizzle having a little mentorship in Nyan is so cute to me. Why'd you walk all the way around to walk through the cabinets when you could have just walked straight to the door? Not the cat saying that Harvest Fest was awful, please. Buddy, I don't think that there was anything that you could do for Harvest Fest. You're a cat, my dude. What does it mean? What does it mean? I think Cooper has the zoomies. He's so cute. Love him. Missed having a little kitty cat around. And there's so many kids to entertain him. Are you aware? Have you been made aware that you're a cat and not a person? And thus, you can't celebrate. You're supposed to be sleeping. Why are you awake? Oh, you're cold? Hold on. Here. I can have omelet. Turn the thermostat to warm. so the children are not cold. I do want the children to live comfortable lives. Sometimes cats are the worst critics. They're very opinionated, I will say. At least if they're anything like mine. Freaking Omelet is so happy, y'all. Omelet's like, I got my kids. I got my Olive. Oh, stop the way they crawled into her arms. Oh my gosh. They're like, I don't have to have any more babies. Living their best life, honestly. The snuggle powers are so potent. They're so cute. Screaming, crying, throwing up. The amount I love Olive and Omelet is an intense amount. Alright, you did your homework. You did not. You did not. We'll see if we can get these kids to do their... The fact that they have homework on the holiday, though, is, in my opinion, a little bit of a crime. I think that they should have no homework during the holiday time. I think that's only fair. Alright, let's have you go do some of your programming work, because you always get a little sad when you don't get to do programming for enough time. And then I need to learn a little bit more about you. What do you like to do? You finished the creative genius aspiration. Cute. Oh. So Nyan has the chased by death trait. So that makes a lot more sense now. Chased by death sims know that death follows their every move, while risky and dangerous behaviors may have deadly consequences. Frequent near-death experiences give these sims a desire to live each day to the fullest and progress along their soul's journey faster. Keenly aware of their mortality, these sims feel best when they're achieving something meaningful with their limited time left. He's also a Grimborn, which I think means that Olive had this baby with the Grim Reaper. I knew we were marrying into quite the family, but I don't know if I knew that. Hi, friends. Hi, Rosanna. Thank you for the raid, pal. Imola, welcome in. Jewel, hello. B, welcome in. So, hello. Welcome in. Is it Anna Archer? Welcome in. Sirius, hello, welcome. Hannah, welcome in. Burb, welcome. Raven, hello, friends. Sophie, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me get you a little shouty outy. How was your stream, lovely? I hope it was good. Raiders, if you are new here and you don't know me, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We play a lot of The Sims 4 on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays usually, and then kind of like explore indie games or other games that we're interested in on Sundays. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, if you like 100 Baby Challenge, also we like to do the Llamas and Legends Challenge. That's kind of what we like to get up to here today. Thank you so much. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. We're gonna be having a little party this weekend, but I appreciate the early celebration. Oh, here you go. Also, I feel like congratulations are owed your way as well, friend, for making it to be a Twitch ambassador. That's huge. That's huge. I hope you're really proud of yourself. That's really awesome. Full-time content creation and then straight into ambassadorship. It was like the world was like, you're doing the right thing. You're on the right track. Still, I would be pinching myself forever, honestly. So, real. But by the way, if you need to raid and run, if you need to go rest, eat, sleep, de-stream, I know myself after streams I am absolutely knackered. So, please take care of yourself. Hannah, thank you for doing your daily click. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Also, by the way, we're doing 100 baby today, but we're in kind of like a weird spot with our 100 baby challenge, so I feel like I have to clarify that we're not actually making any babies right now. Just because we have some house rules for our 100 baby challenge, and those house rules are that we change matriarchs every 10 babies. So each matriarch will have 10 of her own babies. And with that being said, we are already done with all 10 babies for this matriarch. Her name is Omelette. This is Omelette. They're doing some programming right now. And so we're kind of just living through the end of the lives of the kids that we have left in the house because we need to see who's going to be the next gen heir and rebuild their house and everything. So it's been fun. And my sim finally gets to experience love. They fell hard head over heels for Olive, which if y'all know anything about Sims lore, you know that the Spectre family is very interesting. And we just learned that Olive's son, Nyan, is, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but he is chased by Death Trait and a Grimborn sim. So we're learning a lot of interesting lore. Since Alright, what do you want to do for fun, kid? Sure. And then Olive, you have a job right now, but you don't have work till tomorrow. Where are your skills at? You have pretty high in a lot of things, actually. Too bad we don't have a second computer. You like to do painting, though. I heard some family drama. I know. I mean, I guess, like, my sim is just shocked. Omelette is a bit shocked to find out that, her partner had a baby with the Grim Reaper. I know. It'll be hard to leave Omelette. Hi, Em. Welcome back. Like, you know, from Lurktown, I should say. I mean to say. Welcome back to chat. I hope your day's going all right. All right, you're gonna do some painting. You're being a little neurodivergent lad playing with your clay, and honestly, so real. Have you cleaned that up? Dry that. Yeah, it will be interesting when we move to the next family. Probably after our 10K celebration this week, we'll be getting pretty close. And right now, for matriarchs, I know I want to do Foggy, probably Gnocchi, undetermined on the third one. Could be Drizzle, Sunny, or Petrichor. Oh, I think the cat is afraid of the dishwasher, actually. Oh, buddy, it's okay. I'm sorry you don't like our dishwasher. Yeah, they get to relax, they get to be in love, they get to do their little programming thing, do their gardening. They've already been able to do quite a bit of that since, finishing having their 10 kids, but they get to keep going with it, which is nice. It's, I don't know if I have a command for it, but I know it off the top of my head. The reshade is Sweet Pies. Wow, I can't talk. By Elena. I like this one too. It's really vibrant, like really bright. Um, I will say one thing I've run into is some of the brighter packs, like businesses and hobbies, especially. I've noticed it more than any other. Some of the bright colors are really bright with this reshade on, specifically like the oranges and reds are like boom in your face. But for the most part, I've really enjoyed this one. I've actually had it on for like 3 years now. Go for it, bud. I didn't really think you swung that way, but I support you. Get you, take a little bath. Get some relaxation in before all these kids are back in our house. I should probably have them studying hard, actually, so they can keep aging up. Where are they? I should check on their grades. You're grade B, but you have your skill level up, so you'll probably age up soon. Oh, Drizzle's already grade A. Okay. So we just need to wait for Sunny to get up to grade A, and then Drizzle and Sunny can become teenagers. It's happening. We're getting there. Night on the town. Maybe we'll have Olive and Omelette go on a little date tonight then. That would be kind of cute. You want to be an author. Okay, let's get you a job, bud. You're like a whole adult living in my house, which is fine. But you're just kind of like standing around. So I feel like I need to get you something to do. Is writing a job offer though in the regular? I don't think so. Actually, I think you just do that on your own. Oh no, it is. Okay. Oh, okay, cute. Nice. Okay. We're gonna have to share the Omelette programming computer with him then. I think that you're like a bit glitched out because you haven't been typing on this computer for like a minute. Oh, this bathtub is so dirty. I wish that the tub is often not dirty before they get into it, and then it flips to dirty status when they get into it, and I'm like, you should clean it before you're in a pool of dirt. Blech, gross. It's not very relaxing. All right, why don't you go do a little bit of punching? You're doing your gardening. Very good. Very good, gamer. And maybe you can get a workout in too. Do these don't need to be watered, right? No. Shift click. Make clean. Wait, is that a thing? Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know how much I'll do that in my main like stream game because I usually try not to do too much cheats. A little bit here and there, I don't mind. But maybe when they're actively in the dirty bathtub, I might do that. Because that's a bit much for me, I think. Oh, nice, Lilila. The occult one is a fun one. I know Momo's doing that one right now. I often watch Momo's Occult Legacy Challenge in the morning while I'm getting ready for stream. I know they're getting ready for Gen 2 right now as well. They've been doing prep. Cleaning everything a million times a day is exhausting. If you want to like have an in-game way to stop that from happening also. Oh, Sunny did age up, so we can have a birthday for those two. And Foggy aged up. No. I'm not gonna vote Foggy out yet. I can't do it, chat room. I can't. You need some fun though. Oh my gosh, you're enraged. Oh, babe. What happened to you at school today? Why don't you scribble furiously? We can sell that. And then you can do some painting. You're allowed to have a favorite. I always do. Usually I have a favorite of like each 5 kids. Not always. Sometimes there's a group of 5 that I don't vibe with as much, or sometimes I like more than one in a group, but it is true. I won't lie. I do have favorites. It's okay though. I'm not their mom. Omelet's their mom. So Omelet's the one who can't have favorites. But what I was saying, Kitty, was if you want an in-game way to make you not have to clean as much, the best way is to get your repair skill up high and then make your like upgrade your stuff in your house to be always clean. Yeah, that's real. I have a Steam Deck and I've been meaning to um uh try to figure out how to get my Sims on it. I'm not sure if you can if you didn't buy your Sims from Steam. And I just need to do the research, but is this Eddie? Eddie's like the neighborhood kid who comes and hangs out with us randomly. I don't know, my headline effects like won't come back on. Don't know. I don't know actually. All right, so this is our little agender lad. They are a goofball. What else do we want for them? I think we could do Macrabre because, like, obviously Olive has been around and Nyan has been around them a lot. Shady. They do like being mischievous and devious. And I've never had a shady sim. So I think that would be kind of fun. It's a little chaotic, but I think it would be fun. We'll do Chief of Mischief. I wish that I knew more about tech because like navigating the Stream Deck's a little Steam Deck is a little tricky. It's also a little heavy on my hands, but I do want to get it set up because I use the game, or I I have the console is what I meant to say. Sorry, my brain cells are not working today. All right, Sunny, it's your turn to age out. These two are twins, but they really could not be more different. But not the packs. Interesting. Get her repair skill up. Yeah. If I... Sorry, I didn't see your question before, Kitty. Give me 1 second. If I'm building in Managed Worlds and I have neighborhood stories on, will my played household be doing random things, or is it's only if I play another family? I'm not sure. I know you can turn any household you want in Managed Worlds to be unplayed. So even if you've clicked into them, you can, if that makes sense, like you can turn them off so they don't do stuff. So if there's certain families you don't want to do stuff, you could always mark them unplayed. All right. We knew we wanted to do good for her, and I do want that, but I think I'll do as her third trait. And I don't think I'll do cheerful. And then she wants to be a nail tech. I don't think that this one would make sense then. Oh my gosh. Sunny doesn't look like herself at all. I need to help her out. Oh my goodness. What is going on with this hat? Oh no. I see that the random generated mode is going really well. The randomly generated cast is going really well with my CC. I appreciate that, Poppy. I want to give it a stab myself. I just like have kind of been afraid of it, and something I've been working on over time in general is like, oh my god, this sim is a hot mess express. Let me help you, please. Let me just take everything off. Is like with tech stuff, trying to figure it out myself before I go asking, because Toast will often help me with stuff like that because they're really good at it too. But I do appreciate the offer, and I will keep it in mind in case I struggle, which is very possible. All right, let's get you some lashes, girly pop. And then we said that we were going to have Sunny dye her hair blonde when she aged up, because I mean, her name is Sunny. I think that would be cute. So we're going to do that. I did want to wait until she was a teenager because I feel like, you know, you're not usually dyeing your hair when you're that young. Could be, but... And now we need to figure out what we want for a little hairstyle. She just had like long wavy hair before, so I think we'll try to keep similar-ish vibes. Yeah, she's really pretty. I think we should add her freckles. I think her freckles went away. I don't think hers were as intense as some of the other ones, though. There we go. Okay. That's cute. I like it, Picasso. Ooh, I do like the little braid. That's also really pretty on her. I feel like I have so many hairstyles that would suit her, honestly. This one's cute too. Oh, the little bun. Started round 2 of 100 Baby, but it's not really Gen 2 for me. Do you mean like it's your second attempt at 100 Baby? Or what does round 2 mean for you, friend? Also, welcome in. Hello, hello. That's cute too. Oh my gosh, how am I gonna decide? Sunny, I need you to not look cute in absolutely everything. Oh, I really like this one too. It reminds me a bit of gnocchi. Ooh, that's pretty. With the little braid in the back. She did used to wear this little scarf thing. So that could be an option. Oh, Crafty, that's wild. You're doing 100 Baby again? Listen, honestly, I'm not making any commitments, but I've thought about this before. Like, okay, if this series ends, like if I actually finish it, which that in and of itself is honestly a stretch because I've tried doing 100 Baby many times and not succeeded. So, you know, if is a big if, but if I did, like, would I just keep going or like start over or what? Because I've kind of fallen in love with doing the 100 Baby challenge low key. Like, I don't know what happened, but it just stuck for me at this point this time around. So maybe I would do it again. Maybe I would. I know a girl, Sarah, who does the 1,000 Baby challenge. I could never. I could never even imagine. I thought about would I do then 500, 250? I don't know. Who knows? Did 4 matriarchs. We're doing ours a little different where we're changing matriarchs every 10 babies. So we're going to have 10 babies. So, or 10 matriarchs. But that's still very good. A little nervous. So in 2 days, I'm traveling for 3 hours to a clinic that might help get access to HRT and gender affirming things. Oh, trifle. Sending all of my love your way, friend. Being nervous is super valid, but I hope it's like an affirming, positive experience for you, pal. Because you definitely deserve access, as does everyone, to gender affirming care. I thought 100 Baby was a lot. I was joking with the 1,000 Baby challenge, and then you said someone did that. Yep, they did. Let me see. I'm forgetting what her Twitch username is. I'm pretty sure, like, I know her name, but I don't want to give a shout out to the wrong Twitch account. Okay, yeah, it's just her name. I'll give her a shout out in case y'all want to follow. She's a gem, and she does Not So Berry and other things too, but she's the one doing the 1,000 Baby challenge. I know her name. Turns out her username is just her name. Or I mean, I don't know if that's like her legal name, but oh my goodness, how am I supposed to decide chat room? Sunny looks good in everything. That is not your hair texture, babe. I think this one's my fave. I don't really have any other Sims with like, but then I don't know if I like how this sits. It sits kind of weird. Something similar, but maybe not that one exactly. There was like a big braid one too that was also cute. The level of CC. Hi, Dag. Dag, I have a bone to pick with you. Just a little one. A heckle. Not for real. It wasn't even me. What do you mean it wasn't you? You don't even know what I'm talking about yet, punk. Tag said, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't me. My bone is simply that I keep wanting to catch your streams because I know you haven't streamed in forever and you started streaming again recently. And I can't because you always stream at the same time I'm streaming, which isn't like me being mad at you because you can't stream at the same time as me, but I can't watch it if I'm live. Okay, I think I'll do this. And then she can have her hair like clipped up a bit or she could have the braid down. Because she needs like a more casual look when. I think that's cute. Let's do her makeup. Change your life around. That's all I'm hearing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm really just giving you a heckle. But I do want you to know that I do mean to be there, but obviously can't while I'm live. So I love you. I hope you're having good streams back. I hope it's been fun. What you been playing, Dag? What you been playing since you've been back? You do any simming yet? Whoa, that pink was really aggressively pink. Oh, yeah, I played that. I've been playing that off stream. It's gorge. I hope you have fun with it. Okay, cute, cute, cute. And then we know Sunny gotta wear all of her yellow clothes. Yellow and pink. Yellow and pink for my girl. You're still trying to get Ryan to drag me on a flight to you. Listen, not too many people want to come to the US right now, and I think that's fair. As much as I would love to see you, of course. But yeah, to Toasty and I are good. It's a really hectic season for us at the moment with like it's just like everything. We've been getting some car repairs done. Um, what else has been going on? I've had some of my like health appointments. We have some friends visiting in early May, and then Toasty has a work trip in 2 weeks, so we've been zooming around, little bit overwhelmed, just like trying to keep up with everything between the two of us. But overall, like it's like mostly good stuff. So trying to keep positive and not let the busyness of it make us too stressed out to the point where, like, we're not enjoying things like that. Hosting the mosting, yeah, we try to have our friends over like once a year, um, when we can, because we have the space. And we're like somewhat central to the friend group as well. Not totally, but. All over. Some friends come from like the west side of the US. One of our friends comes down from Canada. One pal is like more east than us, so they just come down and over a little bit. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Um, about how a lot of people, actually, my Canadian friend is, we've been struggling with that too because we wanted her to come again this time, but there's been some like random detainments of folks, even who don't have marginalized identities, for no reason. Not that it justifies it if they did, but you know, people who even would stereotypically think that they might visually come across as safe. It's just like, it's not safe for like anybody right now. So it's a little bit rough around the edges at the moment. God forbid you're like queer or brown or someone they perceive as being an immigrant. You can't be traveling here right now, which is just rough. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. I know, me too, Puppo. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen when it comes to um like TwitchCon, for example. Like quite a few people, I've already seen people saying that they wanted to come to like PAX East or PAX West and decided against it because of how the US is right now. I've already seen people saying they originally intended to go to TwitchCon, but they're not going to go anymore because they don't feel safe traveling here. I'm also curious, we're supposed to host the Olympics in 2028, and if this continues down this path, I don't see how that's going to happen. Yeah, and Mint, like, obviously, a lot of times it's like probably fine, but everyone's so anxious right now because so many weird things have been happening. I mean, some of these people being detained are, a lot of them are activists, but, it's like freaking not even like officers in their uniforms, like random men on the street. It's terrifying. I'm glad that she was okay. Due to tourism is questionable for sure. Ooh, I need to take my meds. Hold on 1 second, chat room. Med check for y'all who need it. I might also do a little stretch, a little baby stretch. If y'all are new here and you don't know, by the way, I'm chronically ill, so my body gets a little cranky sometimes during stream. I have to do a little bit of maintenance. Thank you for the shrimp check. If you're shrimping, chat room, make sure you stretch it out at least. And like, if you're bisexual sitting, make sure you switch knees. You gotta take care of those bodies of yours. We're getting old. I was in Momo's stream this morning and someone said if you were born in a year that starts with 19, then you need lumbar support. You need back support. And I was like, real. Real and true. Emily, please, a little grumpy face. I did not shrimp. No, you didn't. For sure. Thank you for the follows, by the way, friends. Welcome on in. We keep our followers anonymous and very chill so folks don't feel like any pressure to chat or anything like that. But I do see them and I do appreciate them. I'm also being sore indecisive in cast today, chat room. I'm so sorry. I act like this is unusual behavior, though. It's not. I don't think I like how one of the smiley faces sits exactly directly on her boob. I'm uncomfortable. Hi, Bella. Oh my god, Bella, you have the little banana badge. Equals kinesthesiology tape everywhere, truly. Truly, truly, truly. I'm a 19, where can I get a lumbar support? She's sunny and a little cottagecore-esque. It's kind of the vibe. Hi, Banana. I love my little banana, and then Banana comes into chat. Amazing. I know that's not what you meant, but... Banana, you gotta get the banana. I don't really know how it works. But it's like a Twitch emote thingy. I feel like you need the banana. It's perfect on brand. I have a love for all bananas, actually. Fun fact. I've told chat this before, so no one panic. I know sometimes people freak out when a transgender person tells them their real name. Well, not real, I shouldn't say real, but my government name, but it's okay. I don't mind that people know. I don't go by this, so don't call me this, but my assigned name is Brianna, and as a kid I was obsessed with bananas, like truly and honestly obsessed, to the point where my mom would sometimes get in trouble because at the grocery store I would eat the bananas before they could weigh them. So they used to call me Brianna Banana when I was growing up. That was my nickname. So very on the money with the love for the bananas. I panic, oh no. No, I actually knew that none of you would panic, for real. I simply heckle. I don't know if I could ever name you anything other than B, but it's a cute story, yeah. I started going by B once I was in college. Fun fact, or I don't know, tip, trick, if you wind up going to college, it is a great and very easy time to change your name. I guess it could be different now with like some of the anti-DEI stuff that's going on, so grain of salt in that regard, but like college is a place where in general like asking name and pronouns is a lot more common, especially depending on where you spend time on campus and stuff. You often get to put your name on your little door outside. So it's just like a really easy, I found it to be a very easy place to make that transition without having to have 5 bazillion conversations with everyone. To be fair, my name is also just shorthand of like, you know, my OG name, which definitely makes it a little bit easier, but Okay, I think I like this one. Oatmeal and bananas. One of my favorites is make some toast, some peanut butter toast, and then slice up bananas on top of your peanut butter toast. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. So good. I'll give her these little cutesy. Because if she's going to be a nail tech, then she's got to have cutesy nails to show off. I feel like that only makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Bella. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. People often will ask you, so it's just like a very smooth, easy place to kind of make that adjustment. At least that's what I found. And I do like the name that I chose, but it is interesting because it was chosen from. I sometimes wish I would have more so chosen it for myself. At the end of the day, I'm happy with it. I've thought about this a lot, and if I ever want to change it, I will, but nothing has spoken to me as much as B. But like, my mom started calling me B as in the shorthand for my like government name. She wasn't calling me like BEE. She was calling me B, like just the letter B, just as a nickname. And I was like, I'll be taking that, thank you, and kind of running with it. And it just made the transition with my parents very easy because my mom was already calling me that, and she had no real understanding that the reason I wanted to be called that had anything to do with gender. And so I didn't have to like explain anything to her. I didn't have to fight her on anything because of that. Now, obviously, the downside of that is I didn't really consider the full, there's literally an endless amount of names out there available, and I didn't like really consider all of that. But again, I'm pretty happy with where I wound up anyways, so it's fine. Mm. Cute. Can you copy her makeup over? I don't have to keep redoing it. Yeah, Poppy is a really cute name. I like it a lot. I like it, Picasso. I was happy that I transitioned over to B. I know this is gonna sound kind of silly, but like it's fine, it's whatever. I was happy I transitioned over to B because when my full name was my name that people knew, people would shorthand it to Bree. And I have literally no idea why, but I hated being called Bree. I don't know what it is. It just didn't feel like me. It didn't vibe with me. I didn't like it. And I didn't like that people assumed they could call me that as shorthand of my name either, because people would never ask. They would just shorten my name to that. And nobody does that now that I go by B. Oh, you're fine. I don't really ever remember you calling me that anyway. So if you did, I really don't remember. I think part of it was there was this girl that I went to school with in high school who knew I didn't like it and would very purposefully, until one of the teachers one day finally like called her out on her nonsense, who would very purposefully call it specifically because I'd asked her not to. And I think that that gave me the ick. I fear that that gave me the ick on it. Fair enough, Trifle. When I was a kid, my mom said she would never call me by a nickname for my full name. Then my brother called me Bella, and it was all over. I was Bella. I'm still grateful. I think it fits me. The journey of names can be so interesting. It's true. I find it like, obviously some trans people don't feel comfortable sharing their name stories for any reason, and that's super valid, but it is fun to get to know people in that way when they feel comfortable. When/if. Because it is always very interesting to me. Hi, Glitz. Welcome in. How are you, friend? Hello, hello. Okay, cute. All right, formal. No, I get that, Trifle. I do understand. Picking a name is really, really challenging. I had a very easy transition with my particular situation, but I know it can be really hard when it comes to like it's weird because you could not like your government name, but it's still what everyone has called you for so long, to the point where then I find that anything else sounds like not like someone's not talking about me. And I have a hard time. If you have people in your life, if you have any friends who um are willing to like trial names with you, that can be helpful, I know, for some folks, to like go by a name for a little bit to see how it feels. But yeah. Sounds good, Bella. And that's understandable, Poppy. I think it's really important for folks to learn that some people have a really positive relationship with their dead name. Some people have a really neutral relationship with their dead name. Um, and then some people absolutely hate it, don't want to be called that, don't want that at all, and that's super fair. Whatever your situation is. I think because for folks who are really uncomfortable with being called by their dead name, experienced so much, you know, hate and pushback on saying they didn't want to be called their dead name, that for a long time the pendulum kind of swung to the point where people had this idea that all trans people hate whatever name they were given at birth. And that's just not true. Some people don't mind the name they were given. Some trans folks even keep the name that they were given. So thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome on in. I've considered changing my name because Emily doesn't really feel like anything to me, but I do like that people have 100 nicknames for me, and that does feel special. That's cute. I know, sometimes nicknames can be like even more affirming than the full government name. I know, like, Toasty and I have talked many times, for example, about like they don't necessarily feel like they're like we've talked about their name not necessarily matching their vibe, but it's just the name that they've had for so long, and they've like considered other things and nothing has resonated. And I'm like, that's fair. You know, that's super fair. I always tell them if they change their mind, like I'm here for whatever. But just another example of how everybody's relationship with that name is like very different for them. Oh, hey Toasty. not to expose you, but also, yeah, we've had this conversation on stream many times. Hey, I've survived 4 meetings. You did. Can I get some hype in the chat for Toasty for surviving 4 meetings in one day? Their company. That should be a crime. An absolute crime. I know, I do call toast toast in like lots of other contexts. which I think greatly confuses people sometimes. Like my parents or like my therapist. They're like, your partner's name is Toast? Question mark? And I'm like, listen, just don't ask questions. I met them as Toast. That's not their real name, but like that's how I met them, so that's how I think about them. So I call them Toast. To be far. Yes, most meetings could be an email. It's true. Your brother's not wrong, friend. Your brother is not wrong. Not everyone, but a lot of them. See, I would mess with people and be like, yeah, their parents were granola hippies who were really into making their own bread. Oy vey. Not the granola hippies really into making their own bread. I'm dead. Deceased. Done for. Dead. Cannot. Truffle. Wait, that's cute. They get a little question mark, question mark. That's fair. Listen, they can be question mark, question mark. It's always my opinion that not everyone has to understand, you know? You just need to be chill. That's really it. Accessories. I do like a good earring on her, but not all that. We do press for the comics, and my co-folks will have to use my human name, and they're like, ew, no, I kind of hate it. Why? Yeah, I have friends like that too. Like, I've met egg_babe in person, so I know their government name, but I still just fully call them egg_babe. I could call them just egg. Nope. I say the full egg_babe every time. My nickname is a cute pet name. Like, not as in, like, a name of a pet, but, like, as in pet name, which is, like, you know what I mean? I like these socks. Do they come in yellow? Although, it would make a cute cat name, now that you mention it. But I don't think that's what they meant. I think they meant, like, pet name as in, like, a nickname you call, like, someone you care for. Okay, and then I think her hair needs to be clipped up for. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Whoa, girl. Whoa. What is going on? The CC is just going wild today. CC has a crush on Sunny for real. It's true. I do think that's fair. Can you really sleep with a hair clip in? No, but we're gonna not think about that part too much. It's true. It's true. We don't really go there right now because they keep messing up our drinks. But one thing that Toast and I find very cute is now that we've become regulars at our local Dunkin', they're always using pet names for us. Half the time we don't even get to say our little, they're like, um, they did their little spiel or whatever, and then they realize it's us. And before we can even say, like, oh, we're here to pick up a mobile order for Toast or whatever, they're like, oh, pull on up, honey. Oh, hon, it's you. Come on, you can come up. It's very cute. But combined with everything else, yeah, exactly. We had ripped skull leggings and uh we had eyelashes that were it was something. It was something, that's for sure. Yeah, me too. Me too. It was something that I still don't think I'm the best at this, I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't really realize until I was online um how many people don't like pet names used for them. So now I try not to use them as much because I've learned, but it's still kind of part of my natural vocabulary, so I definitely still goof that up sometimes. You know what I'm realizing now that we meant to go a little more boho with Petrichor. Maybe I'll fix that either offline or when she turns into a teenager. Mm, thought that always thought was a little odd, but I worked the 4 a.m. shift, so folks' brains were never fully engaged, and I didn't mind. Fair enough. Oh, those are cute on her. I feel like my copy button has not been working, which is very frustrating. It's been copying over the main part of the outfit instead of like the category that I'm in. I don't know if that's like a mod I have or what. Probably. Probably some kind of a mod glitch. Wow, a CC outfit that isn't terrible. It's not sunny, but I still would consider myself impressed. Oh, I love Great Danes. It was a crime to wake up for real. I can only imagine. Great Danes are another one of my fave dog breeds. Big babies. Also because you can get Great Danes in a similar color patternation. Patternation? Why did I say that? Color pattern as a Dalmatian. That's what I meant to say. Those two words just became combined, I guess. And they have a much, I mean, every dog is different, but generally speaking, a much calmer demeanor than um, Dalmatians. So I feel like if I ever want to get close to my dream Great Dane, albeit obviously they have the challenge of like people's assumptions about them. So, you know, like moving in places and stuff can be tricky because people will be like, I don't know about that Great Dane, even though they're literally just big babies. But in terms of ignoring external people's perspectives, it's nice because you get that same vibe, but much calmer. Oh, no. No, don't do that to all of her makeup. The size concerns and costs, exactly. Yeah. Yep, they have like the spotted patterns. Or that's not the Great Danes can look a lot of ways, obviously, but that's one of the ways they can look. Oh, interesting. I can change the color of her hair clip. Cute. Probably legit smarter than me. One of my college advisors, one of my favorite college advisors, had a little Aussie she would bring in to work in the honors space, named Butters. He was a like yellow, like really light yellow coat. Um, I think he was an Aussie, if I'm not mistaking that with a different breed. And he was so sweet. He was very like a therapy dog type of thing. No, I don't think like officially, but he had that energy. Like he was very calm all the time. He came into her job so much. Like he was very very used to people. I think she has 3 Aussies now, of all different color patterns. I'm like, wow, you are brave to have 3 of those smart little lads. Oh, I like those ones actually. From an Aussie to a Pity was such a culture shock. Pitties are so cute though. I also love a good Pitty. I would love to adopt a Pitty too. Toast Mom has negative things to say, like thoughts on Pitties though, so I don't think we'd be allowed to have one while we're here. Much to my dismay, ironically, because she has a bulldog. So I'm like, I don't really think they're even that far removed, my guy. You just have like a stereotype in your head. But whatever. So I'm not in charge here. Unfortunately. Okay, cute. I think that's good. I do want to give Sunny at least one other everyday outfit, I think. That would be nice. Clumsy alien ones. He's definitely changed my opinions. I wasn't anti-pity. I had always just had shepherds of some kind, and now I'm like, where's my Velcro body heater? Nina is determined to stay an only child in her lifetime, but someday. Nina's so cute. I adore greyhounds so much. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome on in. Dang whippersnapper, she would say as she tried to go down for her 10th nap. She'd be fine if we had another dog. She's just a grumpy, introverted grandma. Real. For sure, cuddly. I was not joking when I said he'd wear me like a hoodie jacket if he could, and frankly, I don't know if that's close enough for him. That's how Fig is. Like, as a cat, he definitely has his moments where he wants his own, like, space, but when he's in those moods, he just keeps trying to crawl closer and closer and closer to, usually to Toasty's face specifically. And Toast is like, buddy, there's just like not any closer for you to go. But he tries. He really tries. Yeah, dogs can really do that. They can be so special. Have such a big impact on our lives. Animals in general. Mm. Okay, cute. Oh my god, no. What is going on with Drizzle? Oh my gosh. Everything is terrifying. Hold on. Why do you have old man lines? Please let me help you. You're like a teenager and you look like you're like 80. Okay, we're already off to a better start. Let's get this band-aid off your face. He aged so fast. And I don't mind bushy eyebrows, but those are not quite the bushy eyebrow vibe I would be going for personally. Let's make sure that you get your freckles back, because I think just about every child in this household has freckles of some kind. I don't remember if he had a lot. I feel like no. Hi, Emma. I'm an Odd HD graphic designer from Australia. Let's go. Welcome in, friend. I appreciate you coming in, introducing yourself, letting us know what pronouns that you prefer, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the vibes. Welcome, welcome. Pronoun party. We haven't done a pronoun party in a minute. If you're new here and you don't know, our pronoun party is just something we do to make sure that we are respecting one another. So if you'd like to share your pronouns in chat, if you feel comfy, you can. If you don't feel comfy for any reason, you don't have to. Exclamation point extension will also provide you resources to add your pronouns in Twitch chat. But just keep in mind that it will show up in any stream you're in, not just mine. So before you set it up, make sure that you're comfortable with others also knowing your pronouns. She, they, a mix if you please. She, her, he, she, they. Thank you all for letting me know. I appreciate that. And I think, pronoun party is a good of time as any to remind everybody that sometimes I can't see y'all's pronouns on my end of things. I don't really usually refer to people by their pronouns in stream too often, but if I ever do mess up, please do give me a shout if you feel comfortable doing so. I know that the wait can be hard sometimes to find the bravery, but I promise I will never intentionally misgender any of you, and that I would actually really appreciate when you tell me, and not be mad or anything like that. Because I do want to make sure you all feel respected and seen here. And if you ever want to trial any pronouns here, that's also something we've done for some folks. So just let us know. All right, this is our little agender kiddo. And I had mentioned as a kid that they were still figuring some stuff out. And I wanted to give them some time. So I don't know what we're going to do with their looks for high school age drizzle. So pardon me while I'm doing some figuring out. Tell him, give me my pronouns. Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, agree. Same vibe with names if you ever want us to not. If it's something that's not your username, that's completely fine. I may just need a little more help remembering. But if you tell me, I can also add a note to your thing and give you a nickname, which helps too. That's cute. We're gonna have an ad here in about 30 seconds, and he's been snoozed as many times as I can, so I unfortunately cannot snooze him anymore, so I figured I'd at least give you all a warning that he's up and coming, in case he's noisy. Oh, y'all, please, I'm gonna cry. Not the all I love it here. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad y'all feel good here. That's always the goal, but it's not an exact science, so. Get loved on, nerd. I mean, I guess if I have to, I suppose I could take your love or whatever. I tease, I tease. Oh my god, the green! I wish that the stranding in the front was like a little better, especially for like a like Maxis made one. It's a little, I don't know. It's not quite what I want it to be, but I do love the green. I didn't expect that to be the color that came out. This is what they had as a kid. I don't know if that's what I want to stick to though. Then the people use it on me and I'm like, excuse me? I know, it's me making the I love it here command because I've had many conversations with my therapist about how affirmations can be helpful for me. And then me also being autistic though, so then the I love it here command makes me feel perceived. And so I'm like, when people actually use it, even though I literally gave it to you to use it. It's like, okay, B. You kind of put yourself in this position, I fear. Nobody else can be held responsible for this other than you. Exactly. I'm glad you all understand. I have like a vibe in mind for Drizzle, but like I'm not succeeding at my efforts. I have like two different ideas. Is there like, there's this. Let me see. Mm. The indecision is getting me good today, chat room. Getting me good. I think part of it is I have like an inspiration in my head of kind of like some of the like trans affirming, gender affirming choices that this kid might want to make, but they haven't done them yet. So then, like, what's in my head and what they look like right now are different, which is such a trans experience, right? Like, probably what they want to look like and what they look like now is also different. So it's like I need to get over it. I'm indecisive between more of like a bowl cut vibe, perhaps, or like a man bun or something like really messy and flouncy. Like a medium length, kind of loosey goosey. Ooh, I kind of like that one actually. Let's see what we can do with it, because I've been indecisive for too long. Alright, kid. What we doing? You're not the pink and yellow. You mostly wear black. Not goth, really, but you just like black. So we'll go with that for now. The Timothy Chalamet haircut. Okay, well, don't make me question it. I just spent so long. I only heckle. I'm sorry. I don't know why that laugh came out so maniacal. Yes, son, let's go. Let's go. Proud of you. Very good. Oh, I like that one. That's a vibe. That's also cute. Oh, that's the wrong. I was moving the wrong bar. I was like trying to make this kid less fit, like less muscular. And I was using the wrong bar. I was like, why is he getting more muscular? I have figured it out. Oh, that's also cute. The anxiety is valid. You certainly don't have to. I think there's like a tendency sometimes to feel like you have to like get your anxiety away. And it's like, you can do it scared. Doing it scared is a whole vibe in and of itself. Oh my gosh, Figaroni. Look who's come out of his peach for the first time today since lunchtime, which is like 5 hours ago. Should I be worried that my small child is so obsessed with a certain he's like so obsessed with his current favorite cat bed. He's hyper fixating on it, where he's barely playing because he's sleeping in it so much. And I know he's fine because the second he like comes out, like he plays and everything, he's just like literally so cozy and obsessed right now. Let's see. Hello, Figu. Good morning, you little sleeper McGee. Yeah. Good morning. They don't have the agender flag, otherwise I would use this new top. I mean, I guess technically falls under the non-binary umbrella, so they could still wear it. Why not? I've been looking for an excuse to have somebody wear this one, so. I know, a toast always says that too. They always look at the cats and they're like, Oh, how I wish I could nap all day. And then the cats will complain, and Toast will be like, it's so hard to be a figuroni, isn't it? To sleep all day and then get all the pets and love you could possibly want in the whole world. And all the treats. Please hold. I needed to give him. He said, I'm awake. I need booty smacks now. Thank you. I don't know why this kid has like. I feel like the pants are fitting weird on him, like. On them, excuse me. Almost like bow legged. Which is fine, but. I don't know why that's happening. Is it just his stature, maybe? Sorry, I keep using the wrong pronouns. Their stature. My apologies. I'm much better with it with real people than my pixel people. Yes. You only napped for 7 hours today. When our dinner is 5 minutes late, yes. Junie starts posturing for any meal approximately 2 hours before the meal time starts. And she will do so in such a way that would make you think that we starve her. Except we feed her the same amount every single day at the same time every single day. And I'm like, girl, okay. Okay. Sure. Sure, sure. Oh, those are cute. That's so cruel. I know. We're actually legitimately going to ask her vet the next time she goes in to confirm for the second time. We've already confirmed this once. But I need confirmation from them that they think she's like a good size and that we're not starving her because she really acts starved every day. And but like last time we went to the vet, they were like, "No, she's a good weight. That's a good amount of food to feed her." Like whatever. Like okay, but like she acts like a menace who's never been fed food before. And I just need to know for sure that she's all right. Cuz I get nervous. All right, here's the real question, chat room. Do we do Vans or Converse and high top or low top? Important questions. I feel like I do the Converse more. So I think I'm going to do these. Are they like maybe a smidge much with the already checkered shirt? Sure. But I don't care. I really do not care. Slip and fall into my mods folder. Fair enough. Very real. During daylight savings, she is something else, that's for sure. She's an adventurer. And her strategies for acquiring food are climbing all over us, headbutting. Um like if we're sitting on the couch, she just like walks back and forth between the two of us and will headbutt us and lay on us. And that's like the starting strategy, and if that doesn't get her what she wants, if we're cooking, her favorite thing to do is to be directly under our feet, so that she gets stepped on, and then she's like, "Wow, how could you? You're so cruel. You should feed me as compensation." And if that still doesn't work, then she starts to go places she knows she's not supposed to be and touch things she knows she's not supposed to touch. That's when I'm going to chew on your plants. I'm going to jump on shelves that I'm not allowed to be on, that I know I'm not allowed to be on. That's when that part starts. She's like, well, if you had heeded any of my warnings. Oh, yes, and some good amount of screaming, of course, as well. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't forget the screaming. Super important one to mention. Especially if we're in the kitchen. If we're in the kitchen where her food is and we're not feeding her, we're cooking or something, yell. Full volume screech. For sure. You haven't had any issues since the time she accidentally locked herself in the cabinets. Oh no. Not the cabinets. Not the cabinets. Yeah, Junie likes to scale up her problem causing. She starts it relatively tame and then, it just kind of goes from there. Oh, why did your pants change? See, I'm telling y'all, something's wrong with my copy button, which is incredibly tragic considering how useful the copy button is to me as a human. It's making me grumpy. I need to research it. Because instead of copying my nails over to every outfit, it's copied the pants over, which sometimes is a big problem if I have already done um, the pants for that day or the outfit for that thing. And I'm like, you need to not be doing that to me, actually. Thank you. Oh, well, that's good to know, because that makes me wonder if it's not my mods then, if it's actually just something that's busted. I honestly was assuming it was probably my mods causing problems, which is still a possibility, but it's interesting to know that others are having the struggle too, because sometimes that means it's like a patch instead of my stuff. Sleepwear, huh? Mm, cute. I like that. All right, party wear. We can get a little fun with it. A little fun, a little funky. I wonder if I have any pants that would sit like over the bottoms. Probably CC pants, if anything. But I don't think so. Hmm. Ooh, ooh, I love that one. Love that one a lot. I wish the crop would be like higher on some of these pants. Could do those again. And then maybe the boots. Yeah, those are a vibe. Let's get their nails back. Okay, cute. I like it, Picasso. Maybe a necklace? I need to do more accessories on them in general. Ooh, I like that one. Oh yes, the necklace adds a little something something. Um, swim trunks. Yeah, I like that. Maybe for the sleep one, we'll make it be the same instead of doing the black, just for like a little bit of variety. Because, like, I know he likes wearing black, but it's nice to mix it up. Where'd the shirt go, though? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yes. Then hot weather wear. I think this one could be a vibe. Let's do the little jean shorts. If I can find them here. If my copy button wasn't broken, this would be much more helpful. And then, did I put them in any other sandals? Think so. Hmm. Guess we'll just do those for now. Oh my god, the lace socks are sending me. Oh, did we put their nails on for this one? No. There we go. Accessories. Let's take off these rings. Put on their nails. Oh my gosh. Why? Okay, there we go. Hi, Clown. Welcome in. It's good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I like that one. Can't really be wearing shorts for hot weather wear though. Or cold weather wear, excuse me. Bee kiss for you, Simbas. Mwah. Thank you for doing your daily click as well. I appreciate that. Does this sweater come in? Yeah, let's do something like that, just so it's not so like black on black on black on black energy. And then I think they need, let's do the high top sneakers. And we need to find another outfit to put their Vans on though. They're like short, like low top ones. Sounds good, Em. We'll be wrapping up here soon too. It's about that time. It's actually over that time, but I was finishing up this makeover and Toast isn't down here yet anyway, so. Boop. Boop boop. And then let's work on your socks. I was just waiting for you to be done, LMFAO. Listen, Linda, listen. That's fine. Here, I'll do them here. Sneakers. Where are the Vans? Here we go. And then we need some socks. Enjoy your lurk, friend. Fair enough. Fair enough. I need to start thinking about what I want for dinner because I feel the hungry. And that's never good. That means we're not far from the hangry. Need glasses? Or do we want glasses for them? Oh, I like those. Will they actually copy over correctly, though? This is what I'm scared of. It's been pretty busted. Okay. I think they did. And then, do we want piercings? Sounds good, Trifle. Oh, nice. Let's go, son. Let's go. Very good, gamers. We all have similar plans for the evening, so fair enough, fair enough. Thanks for hanging with me today, pals. And just a reminder, I don't have any Friday stream this week. I'll probably be tempted to, but I should not because I need to save up some body spoons so that we can hang out this weekend. Because this weekend we're going to be doing 2 10-hour streams, so we're going to be busy. Mm-hmm. Alright, cute. I still think I need to work out a couple little details, but I'm pretty happy with how they came out. So, we've got Sunny and Drizzle, who are somehow twins but don't look anything alike. Very different personalities. And Drizzle. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. All right. Go ahead and save. I should get some screenshots of these guys, but I will. I have to fix our 100 baby spreadsheet anyways, so not like the whatchamacallit, not the like technical side of fixing it, but just like take new pictures. Hi Lex, welcome in. Cuties! So many teens in our house now. Cute. Very good, very good. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for letting me follow my brain worms as well. I also really appreciate that. I know that this was not what we had on the docket for today, but I had fun. And I feel like we're now in a really good spot to be barreling towards Gen 3 when we get back from our celebration stream. So, as I mentioned, no stream on Friday, but I will see you all on Saturday and Sunday for some good, fun times. We're going to be doing a cast challenge. We're going to be playing Split Fiction with Toasty. We're going to be playing more Wander Stop, maybe doing some BuzzFeed quizzes. Just a silly, goofy, but still very chill time. As a heads up, Split Fiction isn't as sensory friendly as most of my games. It's a little more high energy. Nothing, as far as I know, scary or big or anything like that, but I do like to give people a heads up that during celebration streams, I let myself sort of have the freedom to play anything, even if it isn't as sensory friendly as our usual vibes. So, I will find someone for us to give a wee little raid to. But I had a great day with y'all. You know, I kind of started my morning still carrying the feelings in from yesterday, which were a little rougher around the edges, and y'all made me smile and laugh and just really improve my mood. So thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Where do we go today? What are we going to do today? Let me see. I'm looking at. There's a lot of people live. Whoa. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna go raid Orzel. Orzel is doing some makers and crafting today. I think knitting. I think they're knitting based off of the tool that they're using and how it looks. I don't think it's crochet. I think it's knitting. Orzel uses she, they pronouns, so make sure that y'all respectful of that. I would appreciate that. They're a fellow queer creator with some very good, cozy vibes. So let's go say hi. And it should continue the nice, lurk-friendly, chill energy that we had going on here. So here's our raid message. The first one is going to be if you have access to a sub, and the second one is if you don't. That way anybody and everybody can come spread the beehive love onto our pal if you'd like. And thank you all for being here. I will see you on Saturday. Take care of yourselves for the rest of this week, friends. Take a little number page out of my book and get some extra rest this week if you can. If you have the capacity in your life to do so, because things have been really hectic and y'all deserve some chill time too. And thank you for the company and have a good time with Orzel. Bye, friends. Take care.